Okay, so we got this. Okay, order's on the way. Sorry. Just, I'm on my phone setting things up from that angle. Okay. Too loud, too loud, too loud. Okay. Alright, gotta open or reopen Clip Studio. Technically it's already opened, but I should probably I'm gonna start with little Signet girl because I was technically trying to get her done last night, but I was just too tired to like shade her properly, and it would feel kind of off if it didn't do anything. So yeah. So I'm just gonna post this on Blue Sky real quick. Going live. Yep. Okay. So make sure I got the. Okay, wasn't anything important. Just okay. Signet girl. Okay. But yeah, just try to enjoy the music, I guess. That's the best I can say. Okay. Got to get this posted. Let's see. Oh, hold on. Okay. Okay. But yeah, just trying to get my stuff all together. Okay, and hopefully I should be good today. Hopefully the music's not too loud. It's actually really loud on my end. Oh yeah, it's probably because I have the volume way higher than I usually do. Just make this a little bit louder. Okay, hopefully the audio sounds okay. I'm just gonna check whatever is going on here. Uh-oh, looks like someone else started streaming. Okay. Oh well. Unfortunately, I never seem to get into streams in time, so... Okay, let's just get on with the art screen, but yeah, so anyways, hello everybody, it's me, Varia the ViridianGhost. I hope you're all doing well today. I will be drawing today, so it's going to be... or lean into itself. I guess it leans into cell shading. It's not really cell shading at this point, but... yeah, I'm kind of switching out from the painterly style for a little bit, because I think maybe it... yeah, I think part of me just needs to refresh a little bit on that. And honestly, I just needed to get these OCs drawn and all that, so... you know, that's similar to what I did last June, but, you know, a little bit more effort in it, because I'm not trying to rush, or not trying to, like, draw 8 billion characters right before a big event, you know, all that. Also, I forgot to... usually I just try to slide my model to the... or tilt my model a little bit, because I tend to have my... tend to be looking at an angle, especially for the art streams. But yeah, anyways. But yeah, technically the Swan dad, he was supposed to be today's stream piece, so like this guy right here. But then I just... okay, so I'm trying to gesture to it. Can you see it? Okay. Yeah, let's tip it bigger. Okay, you know what? Yeah. But yeah, this dude, I was supposed to do him today, but then I just kept going and going with the art piece, so it's just like a... you know, it's like, whoops, I finished him. But yeah, I'm gonna shade his little daughter right here, so little Signet girl. And then I'll switch over to Michele, so I actually drew him on stream before, once long ago, but yeah. Okay. But yeah, so you have this like very elegant man, and then just like his messy little daughter. So yeah, he has kind of a hyperactive toddler essentially. Okay, sorry, I was trying to see what that layer was, but yeah, I added a little gradient to her wings to make it softer. You know, I try to add enough variety to the, I guess, the wings and stuff, just so it kind of looks like a... doesn't look too plain, I guess. Okay, sorry. But yeah, I'm gonna try starting with, I'm gonna start shading with her. The shading areas. Oh my god, I can't speak. I'm gonna be shading her hair first. because I think that gets me, that'll help get me into shading mode basically. And since the actual process of shading is a little bit more painterly in this area, I'm just gonna do it like that. Usually with cell shading, I try to, you know, keep it with the G pen and the G pen, the other stuff, and then the fill tool, so it's like kind of a lot cleaner. But yeah, I'm being painterly today just because that's how it came out. But yeah, hopefully she looks nice and cute. I'm not very good at children, so it's just something I struggle with. I know I need to practice that more, but yeah. You know, someone who whose Discord I kind of hang out in. I don't usually hang out in Discords just because I'm not really a social, and I have a hard time just kind of talking to people. But yeah, I tend to interact with her Discord a bit more because she's one of my main streamers, I guess. You know, one of the closest people I have to an Oshi. But yeah, she was talking about doing the 100 head challenge, which seems like it would be kind of interesting. I think I wanted to try that a few years back, but I just couldn't really find the actual examples that were meant for the head challenge. I think you're just supposed to come find your own samples, but yeah, I just couldn't really find the proper samples on Pinterest. I do not know how to get around on Pinterest, honestly, but yeah, so I never ended up doing it. Also, I'm just kind of a slow ass, especially back then. Oops, oh god, sorry, I scrolled super fast. So it's just, it'd be hard. Yeah, drawing 10 hits a day would be, like, really hard. I think nowadays I can definitely, like, handle it more, though, so it probably helped teach me how to draw different, like, types of faces, too, so yeah, I think nowadays I would be more open to it, but you know, that's one of those things where I probably had to just wait until I'm gonna have to wait until January, or yeah, I guess I mentioned that in the Discord, but yeah, it's not gonna happen until like next year, so thank God, because I definitely cannot handle it this December. You know, I have all my little Christmas things to handle. So funnily enough, I actually finished, or like my Christmas shopping is almost done, so you know, the people who I usually buy gifts for, I got them, I got almost all the shopping done for them. I just have to do my grandpa, but you know, I usually wait a little bit for him because I usually just get him candy, so yeah, I feel like it'd be kind of weird to just have candy sitting around for a month, so I doubt it's like that much dangerous, or would be that terrible, I guess. I don't know. Probably would be. I'm probably just not the healthiest eater, but yeah. Okay. Oops, forgot this little section. By the way, I'm just shading her hair with a multiply layer, so I actually did not do that with her dad. So the guy you just saw, I actually just used a normal layer, I think. Of course, I might be misremembering it, but yeah, just because I think partly because he has just white hair, so it kind of, I wanted to give him that kind of a snowy blue and purple color. But of course, I might be misremembering. I think, no, I actually might have been a multiply layer, actually. Okay. And I'm just talking out of my ass, I guess. Sorry, I'm just admiring his hair. Yeah, so this guy here, he's supposed to be like a swan, as I probably mentioned before, he's supposed to be a swan harpy, so I had the idea for him for like a good while, honestly, like probably around the same time that I kind of designed Michele. So the flamingo guy, they live in the same world. Actually, they not just the same world, they live in the same apartment complex, so they're actually neighbors. But yeah, initially Michele, he was actually like absolutely terrified of upsetting this dude, because he heard from some of the other tenants that he's very, very overprotective and kind of he will like throw hands because he's a swan, but they end up getting along, I guess. Like, he's not, obviously if he were the animal he'd be a lot more on site, but technically it's a harpy, not just like the straight animal, so he has some grasp on like reason and stuff, you know. But yeah, originally Michele, he was trying to be like a void. He was trying to be like a voidant of his kid, like trying to, so it like doesn't get hurt or anything. But the little girl here, her name is Elise, by the way. So they do have. I did come up with names for them like last night, but Elise and Eric. His name is Eric. Yeah, Elise was kind of like when it stopped like following him around and stuff. It's like kind of just like because she was trying to get to his Michele's baby, because you know, she's just kind of because she wanted to like play with the baby, but Michele didn't really want that because you know, she was kind of like the strange child, and he didn't want her to be like too rough with him, so. But yeah, he's so he's kind of like in a sticky situation, but yeah, eventually Eric they talked it through, like it came up and like they figured it out, so they're more on comfortable terms, I guess. They also tend to hang out in the same places because they're both like water birds essentially, so the complex has like a pool that him and a few other people will spend time in, especially like a lot of the kids. But yeah, it's not like a big complex, it's just actually I'm not sure if complex is like the right word or not, but yeah, they live in the same building with basically 4 people in total. The landlord, he's a Ria, so, and then the other guy, he's a African Jacana. And I haven't, you know, came up with like proper designs for the other 2 guys. I'll try to get around to that sometime, so we can have like all 4 of them done. But yeah, I think trying to deal with the Ria guy is going to be a little bit more of a struggle for me. Because the thing about like Eric and Michele, both of them only have like 1 child, but the Ria guy, he has like an actual like army of toddlers, so. Because like Rias, they produce a lot of kids. Well, it's sort of the logic I have behind it, or I'm trying to use for it, is like, you know, since they're not like purely birds, like you know, they're harpies, they're kind of human shaped, they wouldn't like have as many kids as like the actual birds would have, but because of how like Rias would reproduce, so it's like basically a free-for-all in the fields. That's how I'll put it. And like the dads, the dad Rias, they actually like raise the eggs, so I figured that there'd probably be more kids around. Yeah, I feel like I did not explain that all that well. But yeah, the many woman that the Ria guy kind of, you know, spent time with, basically they would deliver the children to him, so he would be the one raising them. So yeah, that's why there's like so many little kids. And then the African Jacana, he just has twins, so. Which is kind of funny, because it's because they're also like a species where the male is the primary caregiver. Yeah, and so and the thing is with like flamingos and swans, they actually like co-parent, so there isn't like a primary caregiver or anything. But yeah. Yeah, and admittedly, Michele and Eric, they probably connect they connect to each other in the sense. Oh God, sorry about that. They connect to each other in the sense that they're both widowers, so they can kind of like help each other in that kind of sense, or in that sense. I'm gonna make her hair, the shading on her hair, like not as strong, because I kind of want her hair to be a little bit of a duller color, because as you might know, with Signets, they tend to be like fluffy, so I want to kind of capture that. And basically, when something's fluffy, it will appear more matte, so the shading that will be less prominent. Okay, I'm trying to find a good example, but admittedly, the lighting on this photo is a little too strong. It's very cute, but yeah. Okay, how about Okay. Yeah, just hoping this wasn't AI, but I don't think that's AI. It's just a really fancy photo. Hold on. I'll get a couple of photos so you guys can see what I mean. Also just showing off little babies. Yeah, the babies. Yeah, this is Elise, basically. But yeah, they're all fluffy, so the shadows aren't quite as prominent. I don't know. Okay, I'll get back to it. Oh, so, and this is the other piece I'm working on, so I worked a little bit on Ilario, so Ilario's the baby. Okay. But yeah, sorry. Shading is actually like... Maybe I'll make the shading even a bit lighter. Not that light, okay, just like 50%. Nice even number, I guess. And I should name this layer shading. And I need to get back to OBS. So, oh, hello, Clancy. Thank you for showing up here. Yeah, here's what I'm drawing. Sorry if I was away from OBS because I was looking at the little bird pictures, but yeah, this is what I have so far for Eric and Elise. So these are the two characters I'm drawing. Also, sorry if you hear something. I forgot to turn on my computer fan. But yeah, right now I'm just doing soft shading on her hair, so it kind of has a fluff. So it kind of gives off a softer look. At least that's how I feel. My OCs, yeah. Admittedly, I don't do that much with them, but yeah, there's sometimes that I will like just daydream about what the characters and their world and stuff. So yeah, these two are in the same world as like my flamingo man. So this is a piece from August. But yeah, this is Michele. He's a flamingo harpy, and this is Eric and Elise. They're swans. So yeah, and I was very much in a bird mode back in August, but yeah, I don't know if I'm going to do anything with them. I don't really have any plans on making comics or anything. Like I like the idea of making a comic, but I just know I don't have like the energy and stuff to handle that. So yeah, I don't think something like that's going to ever happen. Sorry, I'm just trying to mess with different shit. Oh my god, what happened? Okay, sorry, it's Clip Studio issues. I accidentally moved my layers, and I'm not sure how I'm gonna fix this actually. Now it's two things. Oh my god. Okay, hold on. I may have a solution. Okay, So I think okay, it's back to 1 bar, so I'm just gonna shrink navigation down a lot. Okay, I think it's okay. Okay, sorry about that. Daydreaming about OCs is definitely fun. Yeah. Yeah, so what I usually like to do is I usually spend like an hour or two on most days, and I'll just take time and like listen to music and kind of daydream about stuff. And I've been doing that since basically since I was a kid, because it's just basically just quiet time for me to, well, not really quiet time, but just some time for me to like think about stuff and think about characters and creativity and like some of the stuff I want to create. But yeah, it's just how I do things. But yeah, so I daydream, think about stuff, write them down if I love them. I see. Yeah, I definitely need to be better about writing stuff down. I'm really not the best about that kind of thing. Yeah, maybe I just get like a tiny little journal or notebook and try to use that for ideas. But yeah, usually I just kind of fly off the seat of my pants. That's probably not the term. Usually with a lot of the art and stuff, though, I am like more spontaneous with it, because whenever I try to actually like think things through, it never really seems to come to fruition. So I don't know how that mental block works, but yeah. But yeah, it's usually with OCs, it's not quite that bad. So, but yeah, admittedly, this is like a simple character sheet, so it's not as difficult. But yeah, I wasn't actually sure what I wanted to do for today's stream yesterday, so I guess it's like a little bit spontaneous, but not really that spontaneous if it's like over a couple of days. But yeah, I assume you kind of like daydream about your comic, because I don't know. Sorry, I'm not. Actually, did you say that you write it down with someone? Sorry if you do. Yeah, I think you might have mentioned that you work with someone. But I would assume that you kind of help out with the different aspects. One of my fellows... Oh, no, you work alone. Okay. Sorry about that. Yeah, I might have been thinking about Dami, so... I know that Dami works with their friend, sorry. Okay. Yeah, they work with their friend on their comics. I might have mixed it up, so... Sorry about that. It's cool that you're able to get things to come together, though. That's nice. I wish I had someone to work on it, too. Yeah, admittedly, that would probably help a bit. Though in my case, if I ever do like a webcomic, I'm probably like a little too controlling over my own stuff to make a good partner, so... But yeah, their friend like writes for the comic. But yeah, I know a few other webcomic creators, so I feel kind of bad because I don't really read webcomics that much. I know I really should, though. Try to like support my fellow artists and all that. I think I just kind of have a hard time with the with like the format of a lot of webcomics these days, so. Not that there's probably anything necessarily that too bad about it, it's just I'm just kind of used to like reading books, so. But yeah, so I assume you've like finished up your stream. How did it go in the end? Did anything exciting happen in the since I dipped, or not really? No worries. It would be it's a particular type of content, so it would be out of your regular radar. Yeah. Still, it'd be nice to kind of interact with people's own characters, because yeah, on Blue Sky, I am like I do kind of follow a lot of people with their own characters and OCs. Admittedly, I was very much that kind of. I was very much an artist who focused on my OCs back then, but not as much nowadays. I forgot to have this as a clothing mask. Okay. Not so much these days, but I know I probably should work with my OCs too, because I feel like that'd help people connect with my work more if they were more familiar with the characters. But yeah, as I said before, I'm kind of spontaneous with my stuff, so. Okay, and also the ad break will strike in 5 minutes, so just a fair warning. Okay. Okay. Alright, so I think I got the lighting. Also, as you can, so kind of talking about my OC a little bit, so. As you can see by her dress right here, she's obviously a bit of a mischievous child. She's also like a toddler, so she's like 3 years old. I'm not sure if this is like proportionally accurate height for 3-year-olds, but yeah, she's like very, very rambunctious, so. And yeah, it's Eric here, he has to kind of like keep her in some of the in like some of the less pricey outfits, because admittedly Eric, he's a little bit on the wealthier side, but yeah, he can't have his daughter wear any of like the fancy little dresses he bought, because he knows that she'll like wreck them. So, but honestly, it's probably better because yeah, as you can see, oh, it's a cute character design. Thank you. Okay, sorry, I'm trying to read your message up ahead. Okay, try to hide this a little bit. I think I am that stage. I mostly draw stuff from my comics or my OCs, but now I want to expand into drawing other things for others too. Yeah. Yeah, admittedly, I just kind of make art that I think would look pretty, so. But yeah, it wouldn't hurt to kind of focus on like a proper narrative with my stuff, so yeah. But yeah. And also their clothing is like kind of like vaguely inspired by Dutch clothing. Obviously it's not very accurate because they're supposed to be in like a fantasy world, so I don't want to like draw too closely from real life stuff, but yeah, they're kind of inspired by Dutch stuff. You know, I feel like I probably should have taken more inspiration from like Danish stuff. I think that's the like Denmark, I mean, because maybe it just has a little bit of a reference to Hans Christian Andersen, but oh, interesting. Yeah, but yeah, I just kind of, I don't know, my brain went to the Netherlands instead. It's like a completely different country. Okay. But yeah, so yeah, actually fun. Honestly, when I was trying to design his clothes, I think I was like actually like watching a little documentary on the tulip boom back from that happened in the Netherlands back like a few hundred years ago. So it was kind of interesting to watch. It was a decent documentary, but you know, I was also thinking about flowers a lot, so that's more so why I kind of took interest. But yeah, that's not really related to anything. Okay, sorry, I'm trying to set up a layer for the wings, or a shading layer for the wings. So I'm gonna set it, I already set it as multiply. Okay. Yeah, I gave her like little fluffy downy wings. Okay. Sorry, a little bit off topic, but I guess the idea of like coming up with little designs for like baby bird harpies, that's kind of fun. Of course, I know not every baby bird design is going to be, you know, necessarily that cute. You know, if you've seen some of the naked baby birds, but of course they like fluff up after some time. They'll find they like fluff up, but yeah. But yeah, I don't know if you have like a interest in birds or not, but I always like think about them a lot back. As I mentioned before, I think back in August. I don't know, I was just very much in a bird mood at the time. I actually got to go to a zoo around that time, since before then it had been like years since I actually got to go. However, that zoo didn't really have that many birds there, so I guess I didn't realize how small it would be, because I remembered it being bigger, but I might have just mixed it up with a yeah, I think I just mixed it up with a different zoo, so. Because I guess we probably went to we looked around at like 2 different zoos, because we had a special like scout trip where we got to spend the night at a zoo, essentially, and that was the zoo that we went to. They had like a really, really big safari section, but yeah. Yeah, it's basically a big field with different animals from the safari. Yeah, it was a really fun trip, but yeah, I was thinking about the Detroit Zoo, I think, so part of me kind of wishes we went to Detroit or Toledo. I don't feel too... Oh, there's the ad break. Okay, sorry, ads. Forgot about the ad break. Okay. Ad break. Yeah, I probably should probably pause the story until the ads end. I guess if there's any like VOD watchers, I doubt there'll be any VOD watchers, but I guess for the VOD watchers, oh god, I forgot what I was talking about. Oh god. Yeah, but I looked up online, and it seemed like the Toledo Zoo has flamingos there, so yeah, that was the main thing I wanted to look at, was flamingos, so I'll just repeat that in like 3 minutes, you know. But yeah, I was specifically in a flamingo mood around August, now that I think about it, rather than just birds in general. You know, I made the flamingos, you know, so. Now I'm trying to think about what came first, the flamingo sea or the obsession. Yeah, I think the flamingo sea, actually. Okay. Just gonna add maybe a little more hair here. I'm trying to keep this a little more simple, but yeah, I'm gonna add a bit more details here. Okay. Okay. And yeah, I don't normally go on break, 'cause sorry to repeat myself from every stream, but I don't usually go on a break on my first ad break, because it's just a little too soon to go on another break. I'll probably be going on I'll be taking my longer break once in an hour or so, yeah. Just kind of vibing with the music for a moment. I think I want to like smooth this out. Yeah. 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All right, everyone. Welcome back. Welcome back. So, continuing what I was trying to say earlier, I was looking at the website for like another one of the bigger zoos that are closer to me. I guess Toledo Zoo isn't really that close, but yeah, I don't feel that worried about saying these things just because I don't really live that close to Detroit or Toledo, especially not Toledo. Probably a few hours, actually. Okay, I probably shouldn't have said that part. Oops. Okay. But yeah, I know it seems like those zoos had flamingos at them, and as I was in a flamingo mood, I think probably because I was, probably specifically because of my flamingo OC. So, I realize I'm kind of one of those people who, like, when I try to design a character or a setting, a lot of the time I'll just get like obsessed about some of the stuff that's related to that setting. I don't know if anyone does that, so I feel a little bit weird about that, but yeah, it's just how I am a bit, or it's kind of just how I do things. But yeah, so at that time I was getting into flamingos. One nice thing about that trip is that I was able to get my hands on a flamingo plushie because I just kind of wanted one. So yeah, like a little fluff flamingo. Doo-doo. Okay. So anyways, actually I'm gonna erase part of it under here. Part of her ears, sorry. I mean the shading. So since she's like a little baby, she's got more ear-shaped ears rather than just wings, so. Yeah, all my harpies in this world have wing ears, so. Or like ears that look like wings. I know it's a little bit weird, but I guess I was just kind of in the mood for it. Okay. Sorry, what am I doing? Okay. Okay, I need to make a new layer, so that'll be lighting. And I absolutely misspelled that word. Oh well. I wrote light tongue instead of lighting. Oops. Whoops, daisy. But yeah, I'm gonna set this as an overlay layer. Overlay. Okay. Alright. But yeah. I think part of the reason why I wanted to get back to drawing Eric and his daughter though is probably because it's like wintertime or like around December, so I think a little kind of makes me think of like ballet and stuff because of the Nutcracker. I think about the guy who made the Nutcracker. I don't know, I like the ballet for Nutcracker. I don't know, I kind of don't want to say his name because I know I'm gonna like butcher it completely. But yeah, here, the Nutcracker guy made the Swan Light, he's also the Swan Light guy, so you know, I guess it kind of, wintertime makes me think of swans, basically. Don't think swans migrate though, so yeah, funnily enough. Okay, and there's a pop-up on my other screen. Hold on. Actually, okay. Because it didn't really take much time. Okay, and I'm lowering the saturation. I'm gonna make the lighting a bit brighter, actually. I'm also gonna put some of the brighter colors. Lurk popping in to say hi. Artwork is looking nice. Thank you. Have a good lurk, and thanks for the support. But yeah. Speaking of Christmas season, the reason why I did not show up last Friday was just because I decided I just wanted to go out and for the Black Friday shopping. I was planning on originally I wanted to do a little bit of a shorter gaming stream. I decided to just go out earlier because I wanted to go out when there was still lights outside. So you know it's December, so it gets darker a lot faster. Well, it was technically still November when I went out, but that's besides the point. But yeah, so sorry about that, guys. On the bright side, I think I got like most of my Christmas shopping done. I just need to get candy for my grandpa, and then wait for my mom's phone case in the mail. Thankfully, my family doesn't watch my stream, so I don't really feel that nervous about saying what I got everyone. But yeah, I managed to make some get some good deals last Friday, so feel a little bit happy about that. But yeah, I got my dad his pajamas, I got my brother a model kit, and a Warhammer book, like an art book for Warhammer. Seems like it's pretty cool. Hopefully he likes it. I don't know, apparently it's for video games based on Warhammer, but I don't know if he ever played something like that, but hopefully it still seems kind of interesting to him. You know, admittedly I might have bought a few art books for games I never played. I guess maybe not really a few. Well, yeah, I got the Bloodborne art book. I played Elden Ring, but I never got very far into the game, but yeah, I have the Elden Ring art book. I got Nier Automata. Okay, I guess there's a few art books that are for games. Oops. And also a shit ton of Final Fantasy books for Final Fantasy 14, but I actually did play that game, so yeah. Okay, let's get back to work. Sorry. I'm getting distracted very, very easily, as you can tell. Okay. Let's go ahead and merge this blush down. And I'm going to make a shading layer. I'm going to focus on the skin, so shading. Alright. And as you can see, I gave my little swan harpies kind of sharp teeth, because they're... Fun fact, swan bills, they're actually like serrated, so it's not that they have actual teeth for the actual animal, but yeah, they do have like sharp teeth that can kind of hurt you. But yeah. Yeah, people like to bring up the serrated bill when they try to talk about how like intimidating swans can be. They also say that apparently a swan can break your arm, but other sources say that's not really true. Of course, they're still strong enough to like hurt you. And if one attacks you when you're like swimming, of course you're probably screwed, but yeah. You know, on land, the danger level is probably like a little bit exaggerated, but yeah, it's still enough to be a bit of a risk. But yeah, I know that people like to say that swans are what geese think they are. I still think they're kind of cool, though. Like, they're kind of interesting birds. Actually, a long time ago, when I was still back in, when I still used to do RP and stuff, because, I think they're around that period, that's when I was doing most of my OC art. But yeah, so I actually considered making a swan, like a swan man OC. Kind of similar to Eric, actually, but not quite the same. Actually, considered like doing a couple of swan OCs, but because I used to make characters for, you know, another bit of a ViridianGhost quote-unquote lore is I used to do like my RP, or at least the RP role-playing stuff that was based around DeviantArt, so there used to be like a lot of groups kind of dedicated to RP, because the people who make the groups, they would kind of they'd create like a world and stuff, and your characters are supposed to exist in that world. And there would be like a main story too that people can like interact with along with like general RP. But yeah, there were a couple of groups that I was like looking to join, and that's where the Swan OCs came from. I remember one being like this kind of based on like the group was supposed to be like your character was based on a fairy tale. And I was like really interested in that one, but that group went into like a permanent hiatus, so I never really got around to it. I was also just like, I got really, really tired easily, and I was just kind of pretty unmotivated back then, so it probably wouldn't have worked out either way, but yeah, I don't know, I thought the concept for the group was like super duper cool. Okay, hold on, I'm gonna make a shading layer for the clothing, so set it to multiply. And it feels like she's coming along. That's pretty nice. Okay. And yeah, and then there's I think the other RP group was just had more of a general, or just like you made fantasy creatures in general, so it's I think the rules were like less set in place for what you could do. But yeah, I thought making like a swan. He's actually like a swan dad too, so funnily enough. So it's like kind of it's actually like a pretty similar concept to Eric, basically. But yeah, I never got around to doing that either. Oh yeah, the fairy tale character that I wanted to make was I think would have been based on the Ugly Duckling, so. I think someone else actually claimed the Swan Lake. Yeah, someone else claimed the Swan Lake, so. Actually, I don't think I was doing the Ugly Duckling now that I think about it. I was doing the Fairy Godmother. But yeah, I never got around to it because, as I said before, just low energy. I was also still in school at the time, so. Might have even been in like high school too. Okay. Okay, so I'm gonna focus on the shading just a little bit. Okay. Honestly, I should probably be filling all this stuff up. I feel like I should look for like new music. I don't know though. It's like I realize I've been using like most of the music on my list I've been using for like almost a year now, so. Yeah, I just had a few playlists I've been replaying like this entire time. Of course, it's not as limited as it used to be, but like I added some stuff over the years. It's just yeah, I don't know. Finding copyright-free music that you can just have playing in the background with little issue is it's hard. Definitely a lot harder than you would expect. I know some people can get away with copyrighted music because they usually have some way that they kind of just remove the music from the VOD. I don't know though. And yeah, there's also the method where you can play video game music, because the copyright stuff is a lot looser on that. But yeah, I don't know. I guess maybe I can like slide in a few more Final Fantasy songs. Okay. But yeah. You know, I really like the idea of like getting some of like commissioning music, but I do not have the. I guess I could say I probably did have the money it supports, but yeah, I just don't really have a secure funding for that. Yeah, and just haven't really had much success making money from like art and stuff, so it's like probably going to be a really long time before I can do that. But yeah, some like custom music would be really cool. Maybe like some sort of like drum corps or something like that. That could be work. Could be kind of cool. Okay. But yeah. But sorry, I'm just like trying to talk. It's like yeah. At the same time, I'm like kind of focusing on trying to figure out where to put the shaded areas. It takes a little bit of thought, you know? Just a wee bit of concentration. Just a wee bit of concentration. Okay. But yeah. Sorry, I feel like you guys probably don't want to just hear me talk about buying stuff, but yeah, all the Black Friday stuff and the Cyber Week, that kind of bit me in the butt. So hello, Battlestar. How's your day going? Are you drawing anything right now? I'm just working on this. I'm just shading this like little kid right now. So eventually I'll be moving on to a Michele. So, but yeah, I'm just doing some basic character sheets for the time being, just to showcase their general design. But yeah, I feel like the Swan guy, he came out a lot better than I expected. Originally, this stream was supposed to be me just working on this right here, but then I just kept going and going and going with the art and stuff, and then, yeah, I just ended up finishing last night, so. But yeah, it was probably a good way to just get back into the flow of stuff, so. Might be taking a little bit of a break from my painterly style, just as a... Currently stuck in a train station. Oh, that's unfortunate. Also, they look pretty. Thank you. Yeah, these two are supposed to be swans. I think you... Yeah, I think you like commented on my little question, my little guessing game last night, so I appreciate that. But yeah, these two are swans. So. But yeah, thank you again. And hopefully the train or whatever you're waiting for comes by sooner. Yeah, it's gotta be kind of annoying. I don't really take public transportation just because I don't live in a city, so we don't really have that as an option. Yeah, I live in the countryside, so there's not really any, I kind of just have to drive everywhere. I never consider swans. I see. Yeah, it's probably less obvious because of the colors. Because I didn't show off the colors. I guess maybe if I just showed off the color... I don't know. Part of me is like, oh, I should make this vague so it's a little more interesting, but it's like, yeah, admittedly, maybe I should have just shown the flat colors. But yeah, I feel like it would have been more obvious if if you saw the white wings and stuff. But yeah, I said elegance and violence because Swan parents can be like really crazy when it's baby season, essentially. So yeah, they're known for like attacking people if they get too close to the nest. Admittedly, this guy here, he isn't actually on site most of the time, but he is like very protective of his daughter, which can be a little bit of a stressful for other people because she's a little mischievous, doesn't really stick as close to her dad as she probably should. So other people are like, get away, get away. Yeah, Michele, who's the flamingo guy, he actually had some like issues with that because he didn't want to get like mistaken as like trying to hurt his daughter or anything, but she kept kind of like following him around because she wanted to play with his baby. So I was like, so yeah, it was kind of stressed out Michele at first. So thankfully now they're kind of just acquaintances. Both Eric, yeah, everyone here kind of lives in the same apartment area. I don't know if I really want to say complex because it's probably not accurate of a term. It's more like a big house that they rent out a few rooms to. But yeah. So, yeah, these characters have a little bit of lore to them. But yeah. Hopefully I can get the other tenants too. Or like the people who kind of like reside in that complex. I mean, there's only like 3 people who kind of rent there. It's not, as I said, it's not like a big building. But yeah, also the landlord and the landlord's nanny, because she spends time there too. All of them are harpies as well. So the landlord is Aria, the guy who I haven't properly designed yet. He's supposed to be a African Jacana. And of course there's Michele, who's the flamingo. That's a fun dynamic, yeah. Yeah, and the landlord actually has like a ton of children because Aria, yeah, it's like partially based on, like, these characters are partially based on the species they're supposed to be, so I don't want to like follow it too closely because they're also supposed to be they're partially people, partially bird, so don't want them to act too much like birds, but yeah. So the Rhea guy, he has a ton of kids though, because in nature, the Rhea males, they actually have really, really big nest, and they would actually would mate with multiple female Rheas. And yeah, the female Rheas, they would like kind of try to lay the eggs kind of close to the male Rhea before he tries to chase them off, and then the male Rhea, he would actually like take the egg, like kind of push it into the nest, so it's like they end up with like a ton of babies. So admittedly, I'm not entirely sure what the general rule with the harpies are, so. But I feel like that specific style of mating, I guess, would probably land more children rather than the usual method. I also kind of want to design a hummingbird lady, but she doesn't actually live in the complex. I don't know. I guess I don't have Michele's story entirely developed, but the original idea for Michele is that he works as a servant for human manner, and he's usually in the background for the most part, but I guess the problem is that the people who run the manor, they're kind of a little bit crazy, and I guess he gets kind of noticed by one of the people who work there, and like they realize there's like this big pink bird that works for them, and kind of makes Michaela kind of uncomfortable because they kind of like try to flex him and stuff. So he eventually like kind of quits the manor, and he kind of eventually moves into a casino, basically. Yeah, Michaela's just kind of like struggling. He's just a working class man, you know. A working class bird trying to get by. He used to live in so I'll just show Michele so you know who he is. So yeah, I'm making another character sheet for him, but this is the one that I did back in August, but yeah. But yeah, originally he used to live in a lake village, or a village that's built on a lake full of flamingo people. But his late wife, she was because of his late wife, because she was actually like a very, very smart scholar, kind of like very smart and wanted to work as a scholar in the city. They kind of moved to the city together, but she ended up dying in an accident, so now he's kind of a single father. And he doesn't really have the same skills that she does, so yeah, he's kind of like stuck on his own. A hummingbird lady sounds cute, yeah. I imagine her being very energetic, yeah. Yeah, I was kind of thinking something like that, but I don't know. The original idea was like just like a little one-off where she tries to see if she can find a room in the complex, but there's kind of a little bit of issue because there's like these giant toddlers running around, and and the hummingbird lady, she's actually like really tiny, like literally the size of a doll, so it ends up not working out. But eventually Michele kind of meets her again, because if he like ends up working for the casino, so but yeah, that's just kind of the idea I have. Okay. Like originally, Michele, he was trying to vouch for her to at least like get a temporary room, but yeah, as I said before, she's like the size of a doll, so yeah, in the world that these characters are supposed to live in, they're actually like, you know, the average harpy, they're supposed to be like kind of shorter than human, but like everyone here, like most of the people who live in the apartment are like based on like these really, really big birds, so they're actually like huge. But yeah, their species kind of references their height or general stature, so. Oh, sorry, I'm like blanking out on my art. I know I need to just like add some lighting. But yeah, so. I don't have a set height for everyone, but yeah, I think Michele, he should probably be maybe around like 6'5" or something. And then Eric is like 6'7", and I'm talking like feet or like imperial units, but and the Ria guy, he should probably be like 7 feet or around there. So yeah, they're absolutely like massive for the species. But yeah, basically Michele ends up probably like having like some sort of friendship with her, so probably a little bit of maybe a little bit better. He probably just has a better dynamic or some better relationships in the casino, even though it's not like originally the ideal place to work. Maybe not like super thrilled about the gambling stuff though. But yeah, generally just Michele doesn't really have the easiest time around, so. Okay, but anyways, I'm just adding the... I'm going to smooth out the lighting here, because admittedly it's a bit... It makes the clothes look really, really shiny. I mean, it looks pretty, but it doesn't really, probably don't want to make it too strong, you know? But yeah. Yeah, I guess maybe by the time he switches jobs, maybe Larry is a bit older, so he's like a little less concerned about leaving him. Because there's like I think I mentioned before that there's like a nanny too, so. And the nanny is supposed to be like a chicken lady, so. Yeah, probably like help them out with the small army of toddlers. Okay. Sorry, I'm just trying to... Also, as you can see, there's like a bunch of mud on her skirt. I don't know if I mentioned this to you, but... Yeah, this, yeah, this child cannot be trusted on her own. She can't be trusted. I mean, she's 3, so... Okay. Oh yeah, and I remembered that there's probably I was thinking that there'd be like a little joke that everyone thinks that the hummingbird lady is a fairy, but she's not a fairy, she's a harpy. Hmm. Okay, so I'm gonna soften the lighting here. Okay. Oh, I forgot to add lighting here, so whoops. Okay. Yeah, and I forgot to light her sleeves as well. Okay. Whoops. Okay. Also, I don't know if I mentioned already. I probably mentioned already, but I was thinking that the hummingbird lady would be a bee hummingbird, so. Yeah, just trying to justifying why she's like so absurdly short compared to everyone else. Yeah. So I do have like a kind of a little bit of a mental image for how I would design these characters, but I gotta actually like come up with the specific look for them. I think that's my main roadblock. And I feel a little bit, I don't know, I'm just not very good about like doing or making like concept art on stream and stuff. It's just I feel a little bit overwhelmed when I try to do that. So I'll probably have to come up with the concepts and stuff off stream. Okay, so I'm gonna work on the face now. So I'm gonna, I think I'll just write detail. And what I mean and what I mean by face is just like the general details here. So the faces are kind of kept, the face stuff here is kind of kept a bit simpler. So yeah, a few Actually, just to show you guys, if you look closely, you realize like it's like the shading here is actually like very simple and messy. So usually I'd be like probably adding a little bit more detail to the stuff around here, but I don't think most people are going to try zooming in too much. So yeah, it looks very obvious with some of the middle bits, but yeah, I didn't want to spend too much time on just like details that no one's gonna like look at, so or people aren't gonna like look at too closely, I guess, unless like someone tries to draw him or something, which I don't think people are gonna do that. So you know. Okay, so you got the sclera shading. Add a little bit of a lighter color to the eyes. So yeah, I'm not used to working with characters like with like really dark eyes. I don't necessarily mind it though. It's might actually be a bit simpler than the other stuff, you know. Okay, I'm going to take that base color for his eyelashes, and I'm going to use that as the highlight color here. Okay. And I'm going to just keep her face simple, because it's more of a I tend to draw children as more cartoony, because I'm just bad at drawing kids. Yeah, I definitely need to take just a study session for drawing children, I think. Especially if I'm going to draw these guys more often. Okay, sorry. Set this to overlay. Just going to airbrush some of the lighter areas on here. And I'm going to take my G pen. I'm just going to put in the highlights. Okay. Alright, so it's not too terrible. I realize there's supposed to be some backlight though, so. Okay, try to fix that. So yeah, there's a bit of blue and stuff for the characters. Kind of looks like it's a second lace tourist, but it's not really I don't know, I'm just kind of making it up as I go. You know, the Viridian usual. Just kind of BSing my way through my art. Okay. So yeah, I'm just gonna... I actually marked out where the brighter colors would be coming from here. With Michele, I just kind of like scribbled them on, but okay. Maybe add a little bit of a softer color for these under areas. I guess it could kind of be like the skylight reflecting off the ground, but probably wouldn't be that strong, admittedly. I don't know. Okay, and lower the saturation. Do the same thing for the wings. So, yeah, the one problem with this art style right here, the general cell shaded, you know, quote unquote cell shaded, is not really true cell shading right now, but is that I just kind of come up with like I tend to come up with like 8 billion layers, so. And I'm a little bit of a side note, I'm glad you guys can't see my layers right now, because oh my god, there's so many typos. I just wrote bluer rather than just blue. And the layer under it is like light tongue rather than lighting. Okay, set this to overlay real quick. Just kind of put it on these put it under her fluff, her little fluffy wings. Her little downy wings. Okay. Okay. Anyways. Okay, and then we can finally move on to the, or finish off the hair here. So, name this blue. I think like maybe a year or two ago, it's actually like quite a long time ago, like back in 2024, I would actually like really go insane with the layers, because I would like kind of, you know, I'd separate all the colors into a separate base layer. Honestly, I still kind of do that, but I don't really push it quite as far. But yeah, everything would, like every color would be separated into its own layer, and then there would be like a shading and the lighting and just like 8 million layers. I'm not as bad about it. Technically, still kind of not the best about it, but yeah. You know, I'd go crazy, basically. Okay. Kind of wondering if I should add a little bit of mud to her face. I don't know. I guess I could have plotted out the mud a little bit better, but because she's got like one muddy arm and just the skirt was muddy. I don't know, maybe like I could have had more mud on the very front, so it kind of looks like she just kind of leaned down or like just kneeled down in a mud puddle and just kind of reached for something. But yep. Oh. Actually, now that I think about it, I probably want to... Okay. I'm going to add a bit more color variation to our line art here, since I decided to go pretty heavy with line art. Usually I don't go this crazy, but I don't know, it's kind of interesting looking, I feel like. You know, it's a little bit of a... Yeah, sometimes I feel like the super thick line art can be a little bit of an issue for the, you know, very colorful line art, or like when I try to use colored line art, but because it feels like some areas are meant to be darker than they end up being, but I don't know, it's kind of fun. I think I did a better job with it for Eric though. Like, I feel like it doesn't fit the kits quite as well. Now I tried going a little bit lighter with oops, wrong one. With Ilario right here, so yeah, it feels a little bit random here. I try to go a bit lighter, but yeah, I'm not sure how well that went. Oh man, I have a hard time drawing babies. Babies are hard. Okay, but yeah, so I think this might be good enough, so actually I should probably throw in some background art. Actually I should probably I'm gonna hide these real quick just so I can show something to you. So basically this is how I tend to design characters right here. So I just kind of like do this front body, try to come up with a general design. But yeah, I kind of did this with Eric right here, so. Okay, but yeah, so let's get everyone back up here. Oops. And what I want to do is just kind of add a background color. So BG, nothing too fancy. Maybe like a kind of a richer blue color. I don't know. I guess my brain's kind of on Swan Lake. Or like my brain keeps thinking about Swan Lake when I try to come up with this look. Oops, hold on. Sorry, it's had the wrong version of the paint bucket tool. Okay. Okay, basically I'm going to... Okay, I'm going to take this color and just kind of make it the actual base. Okay, so yeah, basically I want to add a quick gradient. Like, part of me wants a little bit more detail, but I'm not really sure how to apply it. I don't know, maybe I can come back later or something. And we have this lighter blue, and it'll come up from above. And erase some of the dark blue, just to smooth it out. And then I'm going to lower the opacity. Okay. I'm also going to try something. So I'm going to take this. Right now it's very bright and cyany. I'm going to put on an effect. So let's set it to noise. And lower the opacity. Set it to overlay as well. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, Yeah, I should probably work with layer effects later. And see if I would just want to, like, add more details or something. Like, I feel like there could be a little bit more going on here, but yeah. Actually, hold on. Sorry, it's like, I have a hard time just, like, stopping, I realize. Okay, I'm going to make a little box behind them. And hopefully that frames them a little bit better. Okay, so the solution here isn't really perfect or anything, but... You know, I can just work on it more later. Okay. But yeah, I'm just going to save for now, and I guess I'll settle on here. I know, part of me wants to draw like an actual like Swan with a Signet. But yeah, I'm not entirely sure. Okay, so I got Michele here, and should be able to get a good frontal shot of him. I also do want like a portrait like I do for Eric, but part of me wonders if I should do like actually draw him from the back side. That way people would know like what the back of his hair looks like, because he does have like a little ponytail behind him. But yeah, so just gonna flip the canvas, see if it looks okay. I think it looks mostly alright. Part of me wants to hold on, I need to nudge the one of the shoulders over or something. Give him like a wider shoulder, I think, compared to the bridge. I think I maybe did a little too much right there, actually. Okay. Yeah, hopefully it's fine. Actually, probably move this sorry, it probably looks really awkward right here. Probably just make his legs look a bit longer, because you know how flamingos kind of look. So he's, you know, I kind of gave him some level of flamingo proportions because I thought it'd be kind of interesting. Yeah, originally I was drawing him as a bit of a shorter looking character, but yeah, I feel like it'd be better to draw him a bit on the taller side, so. Because as I said before, he's a flamingo. Okay. But yeah, okay. So anyways, I'll be working on the line art here. But yeah, I'll probably be taking my long break pretty soon too, so. I think when that goes down, I'll probably come back and all that. Sorry, I was thinking about something. Yeah, I was just thinking that I probably would make his, yeah, Eric's neck is actually supposed to be covered in feathers. You know, there was also another test piece that I was making for today's stream. I'm not sure if I'll actually go through with it, but you know, Eric and were revealing clothes, so wasn't sure if I should specifically be drawing more of the Swan dad or not. Yeah, hopefully their like proportions are different enough. I guess it's kind of hard to see, but like Eric is supposed to be like a lot heavier looking than Michele, so kind of in a way sort of like to match their species a little bit. Yeah, so the Ria dad, so as I mentioned him a few times earlier on stream, he's going to be like a body type that I'm not used to drawing, so I'm a little bit worried about getting that right. Yeah, he's supposed to be a lot bigger looking. By the way, for those who don't know, Ria is a type of ratite, so, you know, basically cassowaries, ostriches, kiwis. I know that. Ostrich, like, emus. Yeah, basically a lot of big birds plus kiwi. And that they don't, like, fly or anything. Yeah, there's basically going to be this big dude with tiny little wings. Now I'm kind of wondering what, now that I think about it, I kind of wonder what a cassowary harpy would look like. Because I think cassowaries have almost, like, no wings at all. They just got, like, these spines. That could be another bird, but yeah. Yeah, you just see, like, this big human with a big horn on his head. Like, wow, he looks so crazy. But is that a dinosaur man? But no, it's just a cassowary. He's a harpy. Yeah, we have hummingbird harpies being mistaken for fairies. Funnily enough, I think fairies in my world would probably be more like naturey looking, so. Yeah, it's like there'd basically be almost no chance of seeing an actual fairy in the city. So yeah, it probably drives the hummingbird lady crazy. Okay. 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 I guess talking about birds a bit more. I remember like watching a video of someone like trying to raise a Signet and a little duck together, and apparently the duckling thought that the Signet was his mom. And you like, so the thing that kind of caught my attention was like the kind of crazy to think like cygnets are actually kind of big. Definitely like way bigger than a duckling, so probably still pretty small compared to a human, of course, but yeah, like the Signet was also like a newborn, I think, so it's like only 2 hours older than the duckling. Yet it was like 3 times the size. It's kind of funny. I mean, it makes sense. It's a swan baby. But still. Okay. Okay. Anyways, just gonna do the hair here. Okay. Okay. Okay, so I'm working on scalp. Sorry, I'm going a little bit quiet. The ads will be starting like very, very soon. So like, you know, a second. So I should probably just go on my break right now. Okay. But yeah, I'll see you guys pretty soon. Gonna get myself one more cup of coffee and some water, of course. But yeah, I'll BRB. And mute. I'm back. Hello, hello. I returned. All right, so let me just go. Let's get my little still live button post or not. I post about being still live. I think I usually do it for an hour later, but not sure how long I'll be going today. I think I'm okay with going for a longer stream, but maybe not like super long. So, but yeah, just gotta make sure people see them. I'm up, so, and also them moving over to Michele. So, okay. All right. So, anyways. Okay. You know, so kind of off topic from birds and stuff. I've been thinking about crochet again. So, usually around this time of year, I kind of get in the mood for fiber stuff. So, I think the last time I did this kind of stuff though was maybe 23. Cause yeah, I don't think I was doing anything like that when I was last year. Probably because I had lost my crochet hook. Guess who still doesn't know where the crochet hook is, but I don't know. Part of me is tempted to like finish my, to at least like do enough to finish my unfinished snowman. Because I think maybe back in 2023, actually it might have been 2022. I think that snowman was actually around for a while. Maybe not though. It's definitely been a while though. But yeah, this sad naked snowman that's on the top of our china cabinet in my house. Yeah, it's the actual snowman part is done, but it just needs like his hat and maybe a scarf. I don't know, if I do get back into the crochet game, maybe I can maybe I can try and figure out how to crochet a little hat for him. Like, I have a bunch of yarn and stuff, but it's like the actual tool set that's gone. And admittedly, with crochet and stuff, part of me is tempted to make a snowman with like that kind of soft, fluffy yarn. Because I remember when Joann's was still alive, they sold this kind of white, fluffy yarn. I know that Michael's is selling the yarn now, but so I could like check that place out. But yeah, the fluffy yarn is what I'm like really tempted to use. But I don't know. It's like this past few days have been kind of brutal on the wallet. As I said before, I did like a bunch of Christmas shopping. I may or may not have like bought myself some stuff too. So I got some seeds last Friday because I thought it would save money. Admittedly, looking back, I didn't really when I was in the actual checkout, I didn't really save that much money, but I went ahead and bought the seeds anyway. Yeah, like I saved like 70 cents, so it's like nothing. I think they're only like one of the packets that I bought was actually on sale, so that's the thing. But I figured that since I usually like have to blow all the money. I usually burn through the money when around in like April, because that's usually when you start like planning out your gardens and stuff. I figured it'd be probably make my life a little bit easier when that's around that time of year. So yeah, I just went ahead and got myself some seeds. So some of the flowers I want to grow, like cornflowers, Hungarian poppies. That's actually what I was looking for specifically, was the Hungarian poppies. They're like this they're purple poppies basically. They're really pretty, but yeah. Trying to think about what else. Yeah, I think I already forgot what the other stuff is. Oh yeah, some more NB zinnias, so like the green zinnias. I got those. And I got other stuff. I got morning glories too. You know, I don't know if I mentioned this on stream, but like I had this whole like design and stuff that I wanted for my garden for like the flower patch that I want to do. And originally I was looking for a vining plant, and I was going to have that be a blue tea, butterfly pea. Like there's basically these blue flowers that you can actually turn into a tea that turns blue. Like they're really, really cool flowers, but the thing is that I live in like I live in a temperate zone, so I live in zone 6. And I realized that the blue tea flowers, they're like very, very much a tropical plant. So like they're actually like a slow growing plant too. And I realized that in my area, they'd only be an annual, not a perennial. So they probably wouldn't be able to get that far in the region I live in. So I decided it wasn't really meant to be. So I went ahead and got some morning glories. I think admittedly they're on the slower side too, but you know, I think I'd feel a little less heartbroken about the morning glories, because you know I can't really make a special tea out of that. Kind of like there's no like special tea fantasy related to morning glories, so yeah. But yeah, I think I got 5 seed varieties, so I can't really remember the other 2. I mean, I could like look it up on my phone, but I'll just look it up real quick, see if I can still, you know, I don't think they shipped it out, so I was actually like looking at some of my emails previous. Oh my god, trying to see if they actually sent it out. They did not, but that's that just how it be. Okay, so let me go to yeah, my order summary, they sent it to the promotional email, so it's a little bit hard. Okay. Oh yeah, and I bought like a really big package of nasturtiums. Going a little bit nasturtium crazy. There's the poppies. Okay. Okay, I guess I mentioned all of them out except for the nasturtiums, so yeah, okay. But yeah, I've also been like looking at nasturtiums from another company, but I figure I can like wait on those, or I could even like ask for it for Christmas if anyone asks. I don't know, I feel like people aren't really I feel like a lot of people probably aren't really as interested in getting a bunch of Christmas gifts because of how things have been lately, but I don't know, I've been looking at like these pink nasturtiums, and I want that in the flower patch as well. The problem is I feel like looking on the website, it seems like a lot of the reviews aren't necessarily the best, so I'm a little bit nervous about that. Oh my god, sorry. I keep scrolling on the scroll bar, and that makes things like whip around at high speed. Oh yeah. Okay. Okay. But yeah. So, okay. But yeah, basically I've been thinking about hobbies a lot lately, so. I don't know, if I get back into crochet, maybe I should like wait until January or something. And of course I'd probably be trying to do more stuff for my project. Of course at the same time I feel like January would probably be a time when you want to get back into projects, because, you know, I haven't really done much of anything this November. And I don't really have any big plans for December. Yeah. Okay. So anyways, I guess I was gonna say I got most of the torso done, but not really. Not really. Honestly, I still need to add the line thickness and stuff. Oh yeah, and I've been thinking that I need to go to the storage unit. Yeah, that's basically what I'm planning on going to the storage unit later, after stream. Usually go out and get dinner after stream, so... And the storage unit would be close to the place I plan to go, so... I need to, like, bring in my Halloween stuff, too, because, that's been taking up space, so yeah. But yeah, the thing is like my little snowman plushies in the storage unit, like the one that's actually like done. I don't know why like they had me put that away in the storage unit rather than the naked snowman. I don't know, it's like kind of weird. But yeah, I'm gonna try and retrieve that later today. Because it's that time of year, finally. Yeah, you know, I also still need to do like a summer plush and a spring plush. Because I made a couple of plushies from crochet. I basically have I have a pumpkin for fall. And I also have and the snowman, as I mentioned before. Of course, the thing is, I kind of just want to make more snowmen. Because they're not too complicated to make. Basically, you crochet a spear, you crochet a smaller spear, sew them together, you crochet the eyes, and you make them their little accessories. So, I guess at least the base crochet isn't too hard, like the actual snowman part. The accessories, I think, admittedly, would probably definitely like complicate things. Okay, let's get the rest of this hair done. But yeah. I do kind of miss the longer days that we were having over, you know, back in the warmer seasons, but, you know, it's just kind of how winter is. Yeah, just part of the reason why I don't really want to go as long with my streams is just because I know a lot of the time I know I have to like do stuff afterwards and it's going to be all dark and it feels like nighttime, so I'm like less motivated to do it. Yeah, I think I mentioned it earlier, but the big reason why I didn't want to stream yesterday is just I didn't want to like walk around in the dark. So I don't live in I guess the area that I actually live in is okay, but the place that I go to do that kind of shopping, that's it's not like the best place ever, so yeah, I didn't really want to be in the dark. Of course, it was like very, very busy, so I probably wouldn't have been as much of a risk, you know, with it being Black Friday. I actually expected it to be a bit quieter, but, you know, I guess I shouldn't have been that shocked. And it's just like in previous years when I've done shopping on Black Friday, I don't think it was really that crazy. I don't know, I guess everyone else is looking for discounts, but I guess part of it is because it was earlier, actually a little bit earlier in the day. Yeah, I think if I went out a bit later, it probably wouldn't have been as bad. Of course, Michael's wasn't actually that bad, so... I mean, it's definitely busy, but... Yeah, some of the other places I went to was kind of crazy. You know, in Barnes & Noble, I actually got the... I didn't have to, like, wait at all. So that was convenient. Yeah, JCPenney though, that was crazy. Yeah, it's where I got my dad's PJs, but I think part of the reason for that was just the Black Friday sales were like definitely a lot better at JCPenney's than the other spots. Like the Michael sales, those weren't as strong as they were in the previous years, but you know, I was able to get like 2 pairs of PJ bottoms pretty cheap, and I got this like really nice bathrobe thing. I think it's just a bathrobe, but it's not as long. Still though, it's like very nice to the touch. It was only like $20. I think the normal price was like closer to the non-discounted price was like closer to the 60s. So yeah, it's a pretty big deal. Sorry, I just have a need to kind of like brag about the money I didn't spend. Like finding discounts, it's kind of one of those things I kind of have the desire to brag about. Like a lot of people have want to flex how much money they spend. I'm just like over here like trying to flex the amount of money I didn't spend. Like normally this thing would be $1 million, but I only got it for a penny. Okay. But yeah. So I felt like I got it off with a pretty good deal. I also took advantage of one of these like things. So basically my workplace, there's like this little system thing that's set up, and if you get like points from work, you can actually like order certain things. It's kind of limited, and I feel like actual money would be better, but still I was able to get like basically I was able to get a gift card online for Barnes and Nobles. I was able to get like $100 worth of stuff for free, so that's like I was in a good mood for that. So yeah, it's actually I got my brother's book, and I got a calendar, and I got some stuff from my grandma. I actually got her art book by a guy called let me just look up his name real quick. Ridote. I don't know if I pronounced that right, but yeah, he's a botanical artist essentially, and he does there's like a lot of these like really beautiful paintings of flowers, and I thought my grandma would like that, so I got her that. And the thing is, I'm kind of tempted to come back, because I'm probably going to come back after the holiday season. Yeah, I'm a bit tempted to just get more, to buy a copy of that for myself. But yeah, I also got my I also got a paper crafting kit, so to make flowers, and that's for my grandma as well. Yeah, I'm also kind of tempted to get that, but I don't know, if I get back into crochet, I probably don't want to I don't want to pick up too many hobbies at once, you know, try to not be a little too stupid. Of course, if I get, you know, say if, like I do absolutely plan to get back into hand cam streams. I think that would be kind of fun to do for hand cam. So, of course, the main thing I want to do for hand cam was traditional art. So, like, I want to do like multimedia stuff. Also, hello, Little Red Devil. Thank you for showing up. Long time no see. I'm working on Michele right now, so the flamingo guy. I think I got most of this done for the Swan pair. So, this dad is called Eric, and the little Signet girl is Elise. So, yeah, she's his 3-year-old daughter. Hey, Flamingo Dad, yeah. It's been a while since I drew him, but I'm doing like kind of wanted to do like a little more of a proper character sheet, just so I can get a better view of his outfit and stuff. I love the Swan, Dad. Thank you, thank you. Yeah, I have a few more ideas for character designs for the harpies and stuff, because in the lore for these characters, they live in a little apartment area, and basically they're all like neighbors. Yeah, I need to work on my Australian harpies. I see. What kind of bird species are your Australian harpies based off of? Okay. But yeah. Also, I was just yapping a bunch about like Christmas shopping and stuff, so yeah, I'm not sure if you want to hear that, but yeah, I probably want to talk about the harpies instead. But yeah, the Christmas shopping is why I didn't really stream last Friday, so I just kind of talking about what I did that day. But yeah, so talking about the bird people again, the other, there's also supposed to be like a Varia man, and he's the landlord. There's also an African Jacana guy, and there's also a nanny who works for the Varia guy, and this she's like a chicken lady, so I have a few more ideas. I'm also tempted to do like a little hummingbird lady, so like a bee hummingbird. I don't know, she's not really a major. She doesn't live in the complex with the other guys, but yeah. Cockatoos, black swans, and kookaburras. I see. That sounds like it'd be interesting. Yeah, I remember seeing a kookaburra at the zoo that I went to last August. That's kind of cool. But yeah, I'm also interested in the black swan because because of this. But yeah. But yeah, so let's get back to working on the face real quick. I gotta make sure to get all the details right, because Michele has a little bit of that's kind of a detailed design. And gotta get his little mole right here. He's got some eyelashes over here. The Swamp Witch Spoonbill is a part of a different story, but I plan on making waterfowl harpies. I thought a pelican would be funny, but I don't know how it'd work. I see. Yeah, it's, that would be cool. Yeah, I wouldn't mind hearing more about the Spoonbill, because I remember you designing her back then. But yeah, I'm not sure how the pelican would work either. Honestly, I'm a little bit stuck on the Jacana guy, because I think I mentioned this to you before, but maybe they just have a really big appetite, maybe. But yeah, the African Jacana, like Jacana species in general, they have like these really big feet, so because they evolved to walk over lily pads. I might just tone down the feet on the African Jacana guy. Because I feel like it'd look a little too goofy. Like if I did his full feet. But yeah. Yeah. Okay, try to get the eyebrows done. Okay, sorry. Also, I drew Elario again, so I know he probably doesn't look that great because I'm not good at babies. Also, I forgot to give him his wings. Whoops. Uh-oh. Not too exaggerated would be good, and I'm assuming he'd have to swaddle if he had babies with them. Yeah, that's true. Of course, his kids aren't like little tiny babies, like with Elario right here. I think they'd be probably like 2 or 3 years old, so he'd have a pair of twins. That's kind of what I'm planning. But yeah, like a majority of the characters, they have like small children, so because admittedly the building they all live in kind of like it's more focused at like single fathers, so. But yeah, so Michele is the one that's kind of a little more unique because his kid is still like a little tiny infant, so. But yeah. Yeah, I'll probably be... I don't know exactly what I'm going to do next Friday, but I wouldn't mind trying to draw more or trying to like come up with the other designs, so. But yeah, I still need to like come up with their outfits and stuff. I think designing the outfits is something I struggle a little bit with. So, admittedly, a lot of my outfits I tend to look a little more similar to each other, partly because I have like specific preferences and stuff. Like usually there's like puffy sleeves or puffy pants. I like puffy clothes, but that's besides the point. Yeah. I feel like the collar and cape is at least like a little more unique for Eric. Yeah, I need to start labeling his art as Eric, because I look at the file name to reference his name, but I wrote Swan Daddy for his name. So, okay. The Spoondale is basically a caretaker of the swamp, and a naive woman goes to her for magical help, but ends up becoming cursed and becoming a swan, reflecting her true love. Ooh. Journey ensues, and they gotta cure her, but she ends up like liking how she is, and it turns out the swamp witch is their love. Oh, I see. Doll. That's a cute story. Yeah, I like that. But yeah, I can't wait to see the little, or the, the swan lady and see them like interact with each other. Yeah, hopefully I catch the art. These past like month, to be honest, I haven't really been good about coming onto Blue Sky, so. But yeah, I like to see them. I really want to work on nature backgrounds, and I love swamps, yeah. Yeah, swamps are really cool. That's honestly why I came up with Scylla, the Green Merman. Because I think swamps are pretty neat. Admittedly, I'm not the best about like drawing nature though, because I mean, I've done it more this year, at least a tiny bit more, but I mostly like focus on flowers, so. I'll tag you in the comments, I see. Yeah, alright, thank you for that. Actually, I guess if we're talking about a swamp, I can just show off something real quick, if you don't mind. Because as I said, I don't normally do a ton of scenes, but there is one scene that I'm still kind of proud of. But yeah, I got this hut. And the one challenge I have with swamps is trying to handle the atmosphere. Because I tend to lean towards like a green-yellow for it. I'm better at drawing buildings and man-made structures, I see. Ooh, thank you. Yeah, I'm actually kind of the opposite. I do kind of prefer to draw trees and stuff, but back then I wasn't the best about like simplifying stuff, so. And I just wasn't the best about like drawing anything that wasn't like a human figure, honestly. But yeah, the general like shape of trees and stuff, that's something I had a better time with. So I think if I tried to do it now, I'd be a lot better. But yeah, I just haven't been the best about drawing scenes in general. Yeah. I prefer drawing nature because it can be messy. Yeah, basically that's kind of how I felt. Yeah, there's a lot more organic and loose shapes that you can work with. And I never had that easy of a time with like geometric shapes. As I said before, I'm a lot better at that kind of thing, but yeah, definitely in the past it was a struggle. Because I did not spend enough time learning perspective, so pretty sure basically that's the reason why I struggled so much, but yeah. Anyways, I'm just don't mind me. Okay. Now that I think about it, I probably should do some building drawings for like where my characters live and stuff. I also kind of like the idea of drawing out the Michele's old village, because he used to. I probably mentioned this to you, but he comes from a village that was like built over a lake. And it's just like kind of imagining the general scenery of what it could look like. Oh yeah, yep. Yeah, I kind of want to draw out the city too, but I'm not entirely sure how I would make it look. Currently the city he lives in is like a little bit more Mediterranean and by the sea, because it's like a very big bustling. It's like very, very big city. Yeah, it's a very big city. I guess technically his previous home would count as Mediterranean as well, but he wasn't. He's more into the mountains. Like basically he lived in a valley, so. It was just pushed in my brain during art class. Lots of perspective, the vanishing point, and rules to follow when drawing horizons. I see. Yeah, sorry, I wasn't looking at the chat. Yeah, we did do projects that were supposed to be based on perspective, but I didn't really put in as much effort as I probably should have. I tried to get away with like atmospheric perspective rather than just like proper mathematical perspective. But honestly, I think part of the problem was that I wasn't really doing basic forms as much as I should have. Like when I was studying art, we had a drawing class and we tended to do it like by sight, so, and based on still lives, and I think generally my objects looked okay there, but that's mostly because the way I kind of like I based everything on I tried to get everything right based on proportions rather than trying to do it like free-handed. So I'd like try to measure out the proportions with like the pencil in my hand, and yeah. And Spoonbill's story is set during the 1800s period in Louisiana. I see. Yeah, sounds interesting. So sort of like a Creole kind of thing. But yeah, that sounds pretty interesting. I think the setting in my world for these guys are more of a early modern as well, so I don't know if 1800s counts as early modern, but I think early modern is more like the 1600s or the 1700s. And I'm not very good about the particular dates, but yeah. Honestly, it took me a embarrassingly long time to realize that that it was called the early modern period. I'm good at drawing from reference and copying an image. I used to draw a lot from a lot of animal skulls. I see. Yeah, animal skulls are pretty cool. I think some of the pieces that I'm a little more proud of did feature skulls, like the ones I learned in school, but I don't draw a ton of skulls anymore. Though on a similar note, I realize I should probably, I know I need to use more references in my art, but I just don't have the, sorry, I just keep screwing this line up. I have a really hard time finding a reference that really clicks for me, so. That's kind of why I don't really do them. It's not that I'm not like one of those people who thinks it's cheating or anything. I just too lazy to go on the hunt. But admittedly, I noticed that my art, the quality of my art definitely goes up when I actually put that time in, so, you know. Yeah, I think that one piece with the sunflowers, I actually used a pose reference for that, so. I think that actually helped it go along. I should probably practice more objects. Practice more objects and backgrounds. Yeah, same. Same on that level as well. Yeah, I know that last week I was thinking that I really needed to do more studies. Cause I was struggling really, really badly last week. Yeah, and I thought that'd probably be the way to do it. Admittedly, I didn't really draw that much last week though, because I was just busy with the holiday stuff. Yeah, work was rough that week, let's just say that. I use a lot of pose references from just normal people and not pose reference models because it feels more natural. I see. Yeah, part of me wonders if I should look for pose references from videos or something, because I think that's probably considered a good way to get dynamic poses. Try to take a screenshot of the video or just kind of save it to the computer. Yeah, admittedly, I'm a lot better about using references from for inanimate for objects and plants and stuff and animals. It's just with people, I'm very I usually kind of have this pose in mind, and I just can't find a pose that's really that similar enough to use as a reference, so that's kind of my issue. I felt that. I hope work gets better for you. Thank you. It's probably gonna get a bit rougher this next month, but hopefully by January it gets better. Cause hopefully it slows down properly. I know this last weekend wasn't too bad. I'm better at drawing animals than people, I see. Yeah, I'm someone who kind of struggles with animals a lot. Especially with, quadrupeds, basically. I think I'm okay with birds and stuff, but quadruped, mammals and stuff. Non-human mammals. And horses, definitely the horses. Oh god, the horses. But also people are one of the few things I actually draw consistently, so. Work has been rough on my end, and with the holidays I notice people tend to be more rude. I see. Yeah, I definitely feel you on that. I guess I haven't really dealt with people being too snappy this season, but there's definitely been a lot of people just leaving the bottle room in a kind of a disaster, kind of wrecking the bottle room basically. I mean, it's kind of like that for most of the year, but yeah, when the Thanksgiving was rolling up, there was a lot of people trying to return their glass bottles, and glass specifically is very, very difficult to deal with. And also they leave all their boxes. They left a lot of boxes. It's just a big pain. Yeah, lots of messes. Yep. I mean, I'm kind of hoping it chills out a little bit with the colder weather, but we also have the issues with, like, return items, because they have to take care of those. And yeah, I think the return items have been a pretty big problem. Like, they dumped, like, 20 carts worth of stuff in the bottle room, like, this Thanksgiving. It's, like, very, very overwhelmed. But yeah, I just kind of have to, like, get through it this year. Thankfully, most of my actual, like, Christmas shopping is done, so I just need to worry about Grandpa's gifts and baking when that time comes. I'm an opener and I have bad closers, so the job becomes mine as a top. Yeah, I know that. Yeah, I work first shift, so, and, like, third shift is pretty consistent about leaving a ton of crap for us to do. Like, they always put crap in the places where they're not supposed to be, and it's kind of sucks. I'm trying to save money, so I'm making all my gifts handmade. Yeah, part of the reason why I went out on Black Friday was because I wanted to get the discounts and stuff, so. But yeah, I'll probably I talked about it a little bit earlier on stream, but my workplace has, like, a program that kind of lets you get gift cards from certain retailers, so I'm probably gonna get a gift card for the candy and baking supplies. Aw, ain't that sweet? Yeah. Also, hello, Flying Scott. Thanks for showing up. It's been a while since we got to see each other. Little felt dolls of something important to that person. Ooh. Yeah, it sounds like it'd be really cute. Yeah, that'd be a really nice gift, honestly. But yeah, I think I got most of my stuff done. Yeah, been a while. Been a bit busy this time of day lately with college picking up, I see. Yeah, that's fair enough. Is it around, like, exam time for you, or I'm sure it works different in Europe, but sorry, my voice is kind of crackly for some reason. Yeah, I think around this period would be, like, exam times. Yeah, I'm giving me flashbacks. Like, back when I was still studying, it would be exam period for the fall semester. Oh, okay, that's good to hear about the exams. Yeah, finally free. You're free! But yeah, I hope those went well for you. Now, internships are the next challenge. I see. Yeah, I wish you luck on there. But also, talking about handmade stuff again, I'm probably gonna try and make macaroons for my cousins and aunts and uncles and people. Like, basically for the extended family, because I usually just get Christmas gifts for, like, 5 people. But I'm trying to get more people, but, you know, I feel like if I try to spend money on everyone, it's just probably gonna bankrupt me, so. Yeah, I'm probably gonna get, like, taste. Yeah, macaron. Yes, macarons, bastarons. Yep. Yeah, last year I made over 100 macarons. So, I might try doing that again. I'm actually kind of wondering about, like, experimenting a little bit. Like, I kind of want to mix some orange extract into one of the macaron batches. I never went to college. It makes me feel unaccomplished, but I had no money and loans scare me. Yeah, honestly, that's fair enough. I ended up dropping out due to COVID, so, you know, at least you're not in debt. At least you're not paying off debts for, like, a degree you never got. Over 100? Yeah, like 102. So, you know, not that far over 100, but I made a lot. Like, I basically got all of them done in one day, but yeah, I kind of had to like come up with a system for doing up my macaroons. Like, I'd make the, like, I'd have 3 bowls set up, and that'd be the, sorry, blanking out. Yeah, I'd have the coconut mixture set up, and then when I put like one batch of macaroons in the oven, I would kind of like whip up the meringue for the next set of macaroons, because I don't want to just have meringue sitting around, because that would deflate. But yeah, I'd love to draw baking again. Oh, you mean do baking? Same mentality hit me, but now I have no prospects. I said fuck it, but now I'm definitely ending in red. Oh, I wish I had the skill to make baklava. I see. Yeah, baklava's pretty good. We actually got a baklava recipe, like my family did, back when I was still in, I think, middle school. I don't know the recipe though. I'd probably have to ask my mom about it, but also I'm probably going to be busy with the macaroons, so if we get baklava, she's probably going to be the one that's making it. But yeah. Dang it, now I'm imagining the smell it must have filled the house with. Yeah. I mean, I kind of get used to the scent after a while. But yeah, thankfully macaroons aren't too hard. I am specifically talking about the mound cookie, so not the sandwich cookie, but yeah, I feel like if I try to make a shit ton of macarons, I'm gonna have like a night. I'm probably gonna die. So yeah, thankfully macarons aren't too difficult, in my opinion. Of course, I made some for Thanksgiving though, and those ones didn't really come out quite that great. Like, they tasted fine. It's just that they kind of melted. So yeah, the meringue didn't really stay up. So I probably like either I made too much meringue or I just kind of like mixed it a little too much into the coconut mixture. So yeah, I love cooking. I'm trying to use up leftovers and thought about putting turkey into some curry rice, but I don't know how Thanksgiving curry would taste. I see. Yeah, me either. And also, I feel you, Scott. I'm feeling kind of hungry too. All I had was cereal earlier today, so yeah, I'm probably going to be getting dinner once the stream ends, but yeah, I'm planning on going for like not 5 hours, but like 4 hours. So if I feel hungry enough, I'll probably get my last protein bar and sustain myself off of that. But yeah. Also, I guess since we're talking about making stuff, it's a little off topic from baking, but have you guys ever done like crochet before? Because I've been thinking about that a bit earlier, like yesterday and earlier today. I usually live off Slim Jims, so yeah, I think those are those jerky things, right? I mean, I guess at least there's like some protein to it. Yeah, I have a tendency to live off snack foods. I don't usually eat lunch, so I usually just have like a breakfast and dinner, so. But yeah, it's not the healthiest way to live, but yeah. I tried it, but never really went through with it. I see. Yeah, I usually just kind of fall into the mood every December. Maybe not every December, but almost every December. I start thinking about the crochet or knitting again, and it's like, oh, I should do that. I haven't done crochet, but I've done embroidery. I can sew as well. I see. That's cool. Yeah, I never could get like my mind around sewing though. It was always it was always more like towards the yarn stuff. So yeah, before crochet it was knitting, but I think once I figured out crochet, I kind of stuck with that, because the thing I prefer to make is like little plushies. So I was actually like thinking about like sharing a photo of my snowman plushie. Like that was the goal, at least, like yesterday, but I realized I couldn't find a good photo of my snowman plushie on my phone, so I'm gonna have to take another picture of that. But I'm gonna have to like retrieve that from the storage unit, so yeah. Yeah, sewing is really calming, I see. Yeah, it wasn't super calming for me. I tried making doll clothes back around like 2020, because I was kind of getting into that kind of hobby, but I was like really bad at it, and it took a long time, and I just didn't really have the patience, so. Okay. I like to try crochet. I'd love making a mini frog army. I see. Yeah, crochet is pretty fun. It's not, I don't know, it's simultaneously a bit more complicated, but also a bit more simple than one would think. I don't know, I guess if you actually bothered to count your stitches, it'd probably be a little more complicated, but admittedly the stuff I made tended to be a lot more simple, so I tended to have a easier time just kind of zoning out a little bit. I guess just try to make sure my stitches looked okay. But yeah, the things I mostly made were like based on the spear shape, so I never struggled that much. I thought about doing more complicated stuff, so like a chicken or a duck or something. But yeah, I'm not entirely sure. But yeah, I definitely get the desire to do those like little to like knit little creatures. Also, just a warning, the ad break is coming, so I'll be taking a mini break because I need more water. Yeah, I forgot to refill my cup before I refilled the jar, or the jug, so I never actually got to refill my water earlier, so yeah, really, I need more water pretty soon. I want to try combining my embroidery skill with my sewing skill and make little eyes. I see. Yeah, that would be cute. Yeah, I thought about trying something like that back in the day, because I was back when I was still in a community college. I definitely I was definitely like a lot more into the fiber arts. And I did want to like try and like sew my own little fabric dolls, but I never really got to it. But yeah, the idea was like I could try like making eyes with embroidery, and then I can like make it like a little patch or something that you can like sew onto the face. But yeah, I never got around to that, unfortunately. Okay, sorry, I'm just trying to... Wings are kind of... Yeah, I'm trying to, like, get these wings looking okay. So... Yep. And I tend to give Michele some, like, kind of simplified but kind of jagged looking wings. Just because it kind of looks... I think it kind of looks like a flamingo-like. I need to get the right string though. Felting is fun, but it's a pain. I see. Yeah. Yeah, I've definitely thought about felting too, but yeah, I was starting to reach the point where like I just can't like blow all my money on various craft supplies. So yeah, part of the big issue with me trying to get back into crochet is that I lost all my crochet stuff. So I still have my yarn and stuff because I have like, yeah, I have that stored somewhere, but the crochet, yeah, I kind of have that stored in my card trunk because I ran out of space at some point. But yeah, the hooks and the other tools, I probably just need to replace them. I love how you draw wings, by the way. Thank you. I appreciate it. Lost all of it? That's rough. Sorry to hear that. Yeah. I don't know, maybe I can like try looking around the storage unit or the back of the car and see if I shoved that there or not, but yeah. Admittedly, it was just a few hooks and maybe like my yarn needles. Because I usually the only sewing I do is sewing with yarn. I gotta get more sewing needles. I lost a lot of them or broke them, yeah. Yeah, needles are definitely a pain in the butt. You know, I did find some sewing needles in my room, but as I said before, I don't really sew anymore. But anyways, the ad break should be hitting about now, so I'm just gonna go ahead and grab some water real quick, and I'll be back pretty soon. Yeah, they're so tiny. And it's especially kind of concerning to lose them when you're in your own room. Like, just the loose needle, because it's don't want to get pricked. And there's the ad. Okay. So yeah, I'll be RB. Okay, let's just go ahead and unmute, so. Alright, only 15 seconds left, so I'll just get back to the art screen. Chew the gum a little bit, chew. Guess I could have snacked my protein bar, but not very the best about eating on. So welcome back, everybody. Sorry, I was just yapping about the protein bar. I haven't grabbed it, but I have the box in my bedroom, so I could probably just like stand up and grab it. But yeah, maybe I should like hold off on it. I don't know. I don't know. But yeah, so thank you for surviving the ads if you're still here. Just getting back to work. Ah yes, the stash TM. Yep. Got my little snack stash. Yay, yep. I did grab the water though, so now the jug is like super duper full. Yeah, it's like so many cockroaches. But you know what? During the break, I was actually like thinking. Actually, I kind of talked about it a bit earlier, but no one was here. But yeah, so you know, I was thinking that since I'm going to start trying to do hand cam streams next year, You know, I can like do a stream where I just like crochet. I don't know if anyone would be interested in that, but yeah. Try to crochet a bunch of snowmen or something. Christmas torches, yeah. Yeah, see, you notice the Christmas hats? Hold on. Hold on. Okay. I would love crafting, I see. Yeah. Because I was also thinking about like my grandma's gift, because there's like this paper flower crafting kit that I got her. It was only like 10 bucks, but it looked really cool. Merry Fishmish, yep. Merry Fishmish, everyone. But yeah, it kind of reminded me of like doing crafting streams, so. Once I get that hand cam once I get that webcam mount, I'll be all powerful. I'll be all powerful. Would be very cute, I reckon. I see. Yeah. At least if it's still winter, but I could also like try to figure out how to crochet other stuff as well, like, because I do have like a seasonal plushies or like decorative plushies for the house for like fall and winter. So as I said before, the snowman, but I also have a pumpkin. But yeah, it was for a while we needed some spring and summer stuff. I'd kill to have a hand cam because I do doodle per request. I see. She'll get too much power. Yeah, I'll become mighty and powerful. The crafting god, yeah. Get all the crafts. But yeah, the main purpose for the hand cam is actually like traditional art. Because that's been something I've wanted for a good while. I've had the webcam this entire time, but just I never got around to getting the mount, so. Yeah, I'll try to. I should get that this season, and then try to get it set up by January, and then my next year of streaming will begin. Mwahaha. I feel like I've been getting more comfortable with art, with my more recent stuffs. Yeah, I feel like kind of feel like you've been growing, honestly. I don't know, it just seems a lot like, I'm not sure how to describe it, but it just feels like it does feel like there's been a little bit of an improvement there, so. Yeah, I was able to catch some of your stuff before the stream happened, so. Yeah, you probably saw me dropping likes and whatnot. Okay. Yeah, Trudy is my baby girl, yeah. Yep. Sorry, my brain just kind of like shut down. Getting to the detailed parts, so it's kind of the challenge will probably be growing a little bit. I guess I got most of it. I'm kind of like trying to remember to draw out these details. Okay. I need to draw more dinosaur girls and eventually redo the references because my slight change in art style, I see. Yeah, that's fair enough. Yeah, having to redo a bunch of references might... Yeah, I understand the pain. Okay. I did them like 2023, 2022, I see. Yeah, it's definitely a while ago. Yeah, I think I had that kind of struggle like earlier this year when Art Fight was going down, because I was trying to redo a lot of my... I had to redo Chrysea's reference, so... Actually, speaking of Dino Girls, I was just kind of rambling earlier, but I was kind of wondering what a cassowary harpy would look like, because I feel like they'd look a lot like a Dino Girl, or Dino Girl / man. Because I think cassowaries have, like, don't have much for wings. I don't know, they probably do have, like, some sort of wing, but... Yeah, cassowaries are weird. Yeah, and I thought about you when I was talking about it, so... Oh yeah, cassowary, definitely. Yep. Yeah. I believe their wings are basically inverse arms without fingers, I see. I see. Yeah, I don't remember exactly what they look like, because I think I saw something about it in a video, but... Yeah, I remember there's basically not much there. Yeah, so rat tides are kind of weird. Giving Cornotautus, I see. But yeah, they also have that big horn on their head, so... Yeah, it definitely would be giving dino vibes. I was kind of yapping about it earlier, because it was one of the characters I plan on... one of the future harpy characters I plan on making is Rhea, so... That bird in the plains. Basically another rat-type character. Basically would be like a giant guy with tiny wings, so... Maybe not super tiny, but... I'd probably make them bottom heavy and make them a kickboxer type build, I see. That's interesting. But yeah. I remember seeing a cassowary at the zoo. I probably mentioned it like months and months ago, but... Yeah, I got it. Yeah, I was like sitting very close to the fence, so I thought that was really cool. Kind of stuck out to me that day. A kiwi harpy is something to think about. Yep. Yeah, I was I wondered about it for a second, but didn't really put too much thought in there. But yeah, that would be a crazy design. Might be, yeah, it'd be even harder than the Jacana design. Okay. Sorry, I'm like trying to think about what to do next. Probably start working more on the... I kind of wanted him to have more these harder shadows like Eric did. Yep. I've been developing penguin harpies, I see. That's cool. I imagine a kiwi harpy is just kind of screeching every so often, yeah. Yeah, like a evolutionary mistake right there. No. I'm sorry, kiwis, I'm sorry. By the way, I don't know if I showed you guys this. Sorry, zoom out a bit more. Yeah, I don't know if I showed you what I did earlier. But yeah, a woodcock harpy going meep, yeah. The roadrunner harpy. Now I'm thinking about the, like a woodpecker harpy, like just smashing their face into a tree. Yeah, sorry, I'm like, I guess I'm taking a mini mental break. Yeah, I'm showing Scott the harpies, and yeah, these like little wings right here are supposed to be the gray things are supposed to be the wings, so this is a Signet, so yeah. I love how messy and scrappy the little girl is, yeah. Yeah, very chaotic little toddler, so I think it kind of contrasts to Eric, who's like, obviously has his crap together. Like, yeah, I was talking a bit earlier, but he has all these like, or he tried to get all these like nicer little outfits for her for like special, but he can't trust her to wear any of them for from the day to day because she's just gonna get kind of wreck them all up. So, I mean, aren't they all? Yeah. Yeah, that's true. But yeah, I also gave them sharp teeth to kind of reference the serrated bill. So, just us explaining that. That's also why he covers his face. So. Oh yeah, and I also thought about a concept for a dove harpy, but that character would not be super involved with everyone else. So. I don't know, there's just like the concept that the dove harpy, it would be like a white dove, and it kind of works at a church. But I just imagine him like, if I still haven't decided if I wanted to go for the live birth or the egg route for harpies, but I just kind of had the mental image of him like trying to like baptize someone's egg, and he just kind of like leaves it on he just kind of like leaves it on the hard surface, and just like probably puts a stick right next to it so it doesn't fall off, and like the parents would be like, oh my god, what are you doing, dude? It's like, oh, it's fine. I have a character in Pigeon Male Girl. I see, that's cool. But yeah, also just showing off the Signet real quick. But yeah, I just kind of half imagined this. So. Yeah, maybe not necessarily like a stick, but maybe like a broom. Just on a... like, just leave someone's egg like that. Okay. But yeah, it's just a dumb idea I have. He wouldn't be really involved with everyone else, because most of the characters, they kind of like live together in the same building, so. Oh yeah, and I mentioned Bee Harpy, but I don't know, I just imagine her drawing her as like in the Jelly Bean chibi form, because she's like so small compared to everyone else. But yeah, I'm just taking a little break, by the way, at this point. Yeah, like she tries to, like she's someone who tried to like move into the building for at least like a temporary amount of time, but they just couldn't let her because there's like she's like literally the size of a Barbie doll, and then there's just like a shit ton of toddlers running around her like huge. She's very dumb, but will show moments of intelligence, like being able to name the exact location. I see. Yeah, I know that doves are kind of stereotyped as a bit dumb. I heard that they're actually like kind of smart though, but like it can teach you like pet doves tricks and stuff. Little fairy harpy, yeah. Like, I feel like she has to like correct people constantly because people think she's a fairy, but she's actually she's just a harpy. Like fairies in that world would exist, but they wouldn't be found in a city location. And yeah, she'd be from the secret bee hummingbird village that she can't tell anyone about. But yeah, I definitely need to make a raven harpy. They're extremely intelligent, yeah. Yeah, I guess I thought about like raven harpies too, but like they would be like a mob, so, or like the gang. Yeah, she would have twins, by the way. Because the little apartment area that they everyone lives in is kind of like focused towards single parents, more so like single fathers than I guess not all of them are single. The African Jacana Harpy, he is actually he's in a relationship, but you know, there's basically multiple spouses in that relationship, so yeah, like you. But yeah, so for the hummingbird harpy, I just kind of imagine them like opening the door and just seeing this tiny woman. Yeah, doves are surprisingly. Oh, sorry, I was not paying attention. Yeah, doves are surprisingly intelligent, but I sometimes get the feeling they cherry pick the ones to be in those experiments to showcase that. Because the pigeons I meet on the street are like boxes of rocks. Yeah, 3-stick nest. Yeah, yeah. Apparently, the reason why they have like those why their nests are so like crappy is because they build their nest on cliffs, and usually the point of having a nest is mostly just to keep the babies in place. So, and basically the location that they evolved around usually didn't really need that much. Didn't really need that much, because I know there's a bird. I don't know which species, but there's a bird that will literally just like dump their or like lay their egg in like some split branches. So it's like way worse than a pigeon nest. But yeah, they kind of like lay their eggs on ledges or something. But yeah. Hyperactive tiny lady on a constant sugar high, I see. I feel like a lot of I guess hummingbird harpies would kind of fit that description. I was kind of thinking like this specific lady was maybe a little bit more chill, but probably more just because she has a lot to deal with. But yeah. One reason it's over, I see. Yep. I feel like that other species of bird might be like a rainforest type of bird, though, so I'm not sure how windy rainforest will get. Of course, I could be wrong about the rainforest, but yeah. I thought about a hummingbird harpy being a hyperactive office assistant or a waitress. I see. Yeah, I know the hyperactive stuff is fitting. It's just yeah, this little lady is just trying to make her way in the city. So I was talking a little bit earlier, but I was thinking that like initially Michele, the flamingo harpy, he works as a servant in a manor, but I guess like at some point the treatment kind of gets a little bit worse for him, so he kind of eventually takes up a job at a casino, because the casino he chooses to work at has a lot of flamingo harpies too, so. But yeah, I kind of imagine that maybe she picked up a job at the casino too. I don't know what she would do, but probably like relay messages or something. Can carry 1 cup of coffee, yeah. The mug is as big as her, yeah. But it has to hold it above her head of her else, or she can't see shit. I see. Yeah. There's a lot of potential. Okay, sorry I'm getting like so distracted from the main art piece, but yeah, I just gotta finish my doodle now. Okay. But yeah, so I'm just trying to draw hummingbird wings from memory at this point, so. Yeah, and she'd be wearing like a dress that's like a lot less constrictive. Honestly, it's maybe not even a full-on dress. Like her pants she would wear pants, and that'd be, those can be seen, but yeah, maybe there's kind of like a little split here, so her legs are like out in the revealed, And maybe she could have a... Now I was thinking like some sort of like haircut where the braids are kind of like wrapped around like this. Oops, okay, the chat is paused, okay. I love the bird casino, yeah. You know what, it's like when I was designing Michele, I was actually trying to look up like cultural, maybe like cultural symbols related to flamingos. And there's like surprisingly like little about it. I guess the main answer I got for the flamingos would be like luxury and stuff, so. Yeah, I realized that maybe a casino would be like a good fit. And especially like a casino ran by another flamingo, so. Okay. Definitely making swamp folk a thing, so gator people, etc. I see. That's cool. Yeah, as I said before, I'm a sucker for swamp themes. Okay. But yeah, I had a lot of various ideas for different harpies. I think I mentioned like the raven harp or the crow harpies. Yeah, I was thinking specifically crow harpies, admittedly, but I know the design that I imagined for the mob boss. I feel like he'd probably look more like a crow than like the idea I had. He'd look more like a crow than a actual raven, because I was thinking like one of those feathery scarves, or maybe not the scarf, but like those coats with like fur trims and stuff. Okay, we're almost done with my little distraction. Yep, 2 suns. Okay. Just getting them little outfits. And both of them are too young to fly as well, so. Yeah, give him a pimp coat, essentially. So maybe him wanting a stable life for his baby and him makes sense. Oh, flamingos can seem to represent balance and stability, I see. Yeah, that definitely fits Michele. Yeah, Michele's big issue is that he's not like financially super well, like he managed to, yeah, he doesn't have like specialized skills, so he doesn't really have a ton of job prospects like other people. Or most of his jobs are like more working class, or, you know, less pay and stuff. Okay, I'm sorry, the original reason why he moved to the city is because his wife wanted to take up or like to study at like a local university as a scholar, because she had a lot of skill in like potion making and stuff. But then she died in an accident, so he's just kind of stuck on his own. But yeah, I actually had a little bit of a story idea with the mob, or like the crow mob. Okay, just try to... Yeah, okay, I don't know why I'm doing this. So basically, like around the earlier time when Michele and Eric start getting to know each other, because originally Michele was like super scared of Eric, because he was warned about like how overprotective Eric can get, but then it's like but Elise kept kind of like chasing him around, like Elise kept trying like to mess with his baby because she wanted to play with him, but Michaela was kind of didn't really want her to mess with oh my god, mess with the baby, because you know she's he doesn't really trust a 3-year-old to be responsible or anything. So, but it turned out Eric was kind of understanding about that, because you know I don't really want a 3-year-old to mess with an infant. But then a little bit later on, Elise was kind of being like harassed by a bunch of teenage crow harpies, because crow harpies are not crows, but sometimes crows are caught like messing with other birds and stuff out of boredom, especially like a lot of juveniles. So, and then Eric kind of freaked out on them, and then the crow mob eventually wants revenge against Eric, so they try to send like basically an assassin after them, but the assassin accidentally goes after Michele, because at the time Michele was producing more of a flamingo milk than he had been previously, so he's kind of like getting drained of color and stuff. So he got mistaken for the crow, or got mistaken for the white bird, but then he just somehow avoids danger, probably because it's and like the assassin gets kind of eventually chased, or the assassin got fired because they realized the assassin was an owl harpy, and apparently owls and crows have a rivalry. But eventually Eric kind of like both of them kind of like try to meet up with the mob for some reason, or they get kind of dragged out. I don't know, I didn't think about the logic of that, but yeah, to kind of like face each other. It's like, I don't know, I just kind of imagine like, yeah, it's like, why would you just attack my children? You bit one of them. It's like, yeah, they deserved it. It's like, I don't know, it's probably dumb. Like, I tend to imagine things a lot as if they were a story or like a comic series, but I don't plan on making this a comic series, but yeah. And I have a magpie gang in my Australian-based story. I haven't focused too much on it, I see. I think the whole assassin plot is cool, yeah. Like, most of these guys are kind of like normal people, but they're also like giant birds, so most of them can defend themselves alright. I don't know, say Michele can't really defend himself that well, but yeah, the Eric and the Rhea guy, they can definitely like protect themselves pretty easily. But yeah, since they kind of like attacked but yeah, they kind of had to deal with that for like obvious reason. But yeah, admittedly, I still haven't thought of, as I said before, I haven't really thought about the logic there, but because admittedly, like, as I said before, they're kind of like mostly normal people, so having like to deal with the mob and assassins is probably a crazy plot. But yeah, Michele's trying to like talk them both out of it, and meanwhile, like, Eric is not making things better. But yeah. My Australian-based story is separated into gangs, so reptiles, mammals, sea life, and birds. I see. That's cool. So is there like greater gangs, and then eventually like those bigger gangs are kind of like split off into smaller ones, or is it a little bit... Sorry, I'm like, maybe I should drink more water. I'm trying to think. But yeah, that's cool. Also, do they like fight each other? Oh, they have factions that are based on playing cards. I see. I was about to ask if they fist fight each other or something. But yeah, that's playing cards is kind of interesting. Admittedly, I didn't really grow up with Yu-Gi-Oh or stuff like that, but I don't know, that's kind of the first thing that came to mind. But yeah, sounds pretty interesting. Is it mostly like high stakes or not as, or like more relaxed than anything? Sadly, I thought I feel myself slipping, so I'll be heading off to bed now. Have fun and have a fun rest of the stream. All right, thanks for coming here, Scott. I appreciate it. And it's nice seeing you again. Hopefully we can see each other again soon. Okay. Like classic poker cards, each member carries one as member identification. Sleep well. Yep. Have a good rest. And I see. And yeah, the poker cards sound cool. It kind of reminds me of when I was younger and like was kind of like into the Tim Burton Alice in Wonderland style, because I know that kind of was a little bit popular with the fellow tweens at the time. Back on the Kids Bop social media website, yes, that existed at some point, but okay. But yeah, that's cool. What symbol do the harpies have then, or the birds? Okay, yeah, I need to reset this. Sorry, I forgot to set it to loop. Okay, try to get back to the right screen. The gangs have beef with each other. The reptiles currently hold the most territory, I see. And I guess they gamble based on territory, unless you're just using the poker symbolism, I guess. But yeah, that's interesting. Yeah, it's definitely very different from like how these guys would be dealing with it, because they kind of just live in a normal city, or like a normal trade city. I mean, it's like a very, very important, like a big time city, but like it's also like very multicultural, so it's not like just a harpy city. It's actually the biggest group are like humans and mammals there, but yeah, there's like a lot of different harpies from various parts of the world, so. But yeah, so as I said before, like Eric, or Michele, he's a servant and then eventually a casino worker, but Eric is actually like a fine goods trader, so he trades like high quality craft goods essentially. So he's actually like quite a bit wealthier than Michele, so yeah, Michele is kind of the odd one out because he makes a lot less money than everyone else, but he managed to get into like good graces with the landlord, so he agreed to kind of like trade some of his the mysterious red fluid that he creates with the diamonds, club, and hearts are based on rank, I see. Yeah, they run casinos and gambling rings, I see. Typically, most birds have heart-based clubs, so middle class, I see. Yeah. Heart clubs, okay. I see. Okay, sorry. Trying to orient myself. But yeah, that's cool. How many characters do you have for them then? I think you mentioned that you were creating more characters. Yeah, I think you do. I think you were. You mentioned like the black swan harpy. And like other harpies, of course. Swan. I have 6 mechs at the moment, I see. Hmm. Sorry. But that, as I said before, it's a cool concept that you have. Hopefully I see more of it too. Yeah, I'll try to look at Blue Sky more. Yeah, it's I just have been really bad about like looking at other people's stuff because I'm mostly just like look at Reddit when I'm at work, and then when I'm at home I'm not really on social media as much, unless you count YouTube as social media, which I don't really think it counts as actual social media. Maybe it's a little more of its own thing. I've got my frilled lizard, saltwater crocodile, freshwater croc, tiger shark, sawfish, and my swan harpy. I see. I read webcomics and doom scroll on YouTube shorts. I see. Yeah. Yeah, I was talking a little bit earlier that I need to like read more webcomics. It probably would be a lot more enjoyable than what I usually do. Yeah, especially since I just have... a lot of times when I'm watching YouTube, there's just a lot of the time I'm not really like super crazy about what I'm watching, so... Yeah, I definitely think reading some webcomics wouldn't hurt more, or more webcomics wouldn't hurt. Especially since I know a lot of people who make webcomics. But yeah. Also, thank you for the alert, Paulette. But yeah. Yep. Okay. Oh, I guess, thinking about it now, so a little fun fact about the casino, or the Flamingo Casino. I was thinking, actually, like, a lot of the money and special treasures, they would actually be, like, kept in a boiling hot pool, like, in the island, in the middle of a boiling, actually, maybe not a hot, maybe it should be kept under the water, I don't know. Of course, thinking about it, it's mostly their feet that's, Yeah, maybe it's just like... I guess I can just say that the flamingo harpies, they have a special resistant to, highly dangerous water, so... Like, they're shockingly durable when it comes to that kind of stuff. But yeah, they keep a lot of their treasures in the pool of death, essentially. Maybe hot springs? Maybe. I think maybe it's just like artificial hot springs, so. Yeah, just, I don't think the area that they live in is really, close to a volcano, so. I know that volcanoes, like, kind of... It's not like there aren't volcanoes next to the sea, but... Yeah, I was thinking more like a city that's built on, like, an isle or something. I don't know. I'm probably not using the right term for that. But, like, there's a chain of islands that are built in the middle of an isle or something. Like, the idea I had is kind of like just, kind of like this. Like the city would be kind of around here, maybe. Try to draw little waves. Okay. Fun idea. Some flamingos specialize in hot springs / sauna type relaxation place. Yeah. Oh, I see. Yeah, I was about to say, oh, did you know that there's some yeah. Some flamingos live in boiling lakes. But yeah, that's kind of an interesting idea too. Admittedly, I feel like that kind of place Michele would probably prefer, but he ended up at the casino. Yeah, you ended up at the casino instead. I feel like in the city that he moved to, like, flamingo harpies aren't actually that common. So there probably aren't that many flamingo businesses out there. Because flamingos, they tend to like to stick near other flamingos, so most flamingo harpies, they kind of stick closer to their original home villages and stuff. I don't know why I forgot the word spa. Yeah, but spas is what I meant. Yeah, I understood what you meant. At least it kind of dawned on me once I read the full message. I don't know, my brain kind of just jumped to the hot spring because I can't read. Plot twist, I've been illiterate this entire time. I don't think it'd be that shocking if you've seen all the typos I make. Yeah, and you can see baby Ilario down here. And I still need to draw his little wings. To be fair, their wings would be like really tiny, so most of it would be hidden behind them. But yeah. I have a shark mob, and my tiger shark guy has a daughter who finds the MC drowning, and they take care of her. I see. So I guess they kind of like become buddies after that. Friendship / romance between opposing factions. Even though reptiles and sharks have beef. I see. Romeo and Juliet. Sorry. I don't know what the female equivalent for Romeo would be. Also, I don't know if you're going for a romance or not. Sorry. Probably just... Okay, sorry, I'm like curious now. I needed to pick up a PNG real quick. Okay. Female version of Romeo. Yeah, I say that like I'm going on errands or something. Okay. Yeah, I don't know what I'm... Yeah, I'm not really getting a good answer. Okay. I guess on Reddit someone said Roma, but I'm not really sure. Yeah, I'm not gonna... Okay, I'm just gonna look up baby flamingo. Baby flamingo. Also, his feet look like human feet. Oh my god. I just noticed on Ilario's feet. Oh no. What have I done? Crap. Dang it. Also, these giant feet look wild on this baby's. Okay, which reference should I take real quick? I feel like this reference is cuter, but maybe I can kind of see the feet. Okay, let's dump it here. Jeez, it's huge. Okay. But yeah, you can kind of see the feet. I don't know. But yeah, I definitely screwed that up. Oh my god. Okay, I'm probably just gonna have to redo Ilario, aren't I? Actually, I guess this reference isn't the best for wings, but it just kind of looks like fluffy chicken wings, or like the kind you get from KFC. The daughter does have a crush on her, but Amber, the MC, has a lot of love. Oh wow, a lot of love interest, I see. Ho ho ho. Remora, I see. Okay, I'm back, by the way. I'm back from Google. I'm back from Firefox. Little chick wings, yeah. Yep, baby. Yeah, little guy ain't flying for a while, so. But yeah, it probably would be worth it to tone down these shadows, because I was trying to make it kind of like a... I guess I was kind of trying to replicate what I did for Eric, because I thought it looked pretty cool, but I don't know, at this point I'm probably just gonna leave it how it is right now. Yeah, I was so focused on trying to get the baby part right, I forgot the birth part completely. Apparently flamingos live wild in Florida because they escaped the zoo during a hurricane. Yeah, I heard about those. Kind of interested in seeing them, but yeah, I don't live anywhere near Florida, so don't really want to spend the money to go over there right now. Now I'm thinking about like Florida animals. You know, it's a little bit off topic, but I know at some point, like I guess I kind of like, I was thinking about manatees, and I basically had an idea for like world building them. Basically, the idea is that like merfolk will keep manatees as like cows. I had the idea for a while, but I never really worked with it. But yeah, the idea of cow manatees was just kind of appeals to me a little bit. Apparently I don't really live anywhere near wildlife except deer. I see. Yeah, I live in the countryside, so we do get some wildlife and stuff, but we don't have anything like crazy around here. Yeah, nothing like super fancy or anything. It's actually really cute because manatees are called sea cows. I see. Yeah, it's fun. A lot cuter than sea pigs, I'll be honest with you. Yeah, now I'm imagining like someone like a mermaid with a garden, and they just have like sea cucumbers sitting around. Like, oh, I should probably get some sea cucumbers, you know, pick them up, and it's just like this cage. You know, the one thing that kind of drives me crazy about like world building merfolk is just the idea of not being able to cook underwater. I don't know, I don't really like eating cold food that much, so that's probably why. Generic squirrels, birds, raccoon, possums, little cumbers, yeah. Yeah, we have sometimes we see deer in the background or like in the backyard, and I think that's probably one of the more exciting animals we see, so. We do have like plenty of squirrels as well, and there's some birds. Admittedly, probably would have more. We'd probably have more birds if Dum Dum didn't keep escaping the house. So Dum Dum is one of the cats, but and there's sometimes we see turkeys too. So it's usually kind of fun to see a turkey, but they're not like super common around here, I don't think. I don't know, maybe they would be more common, but I guess I don't really check out there that much. Oh, and there's stupid groundhogs / moles too. I think they're actually moles, but Yeah, I never seen one, or I've seen a mole like long ago, but I don't have to see them to know they're there, especially after gardening this year. They kept on uprooting so many plants, and I was pretty mad about that. Turkeys are cool birds, yeah. I thought about some mermaids using seafloor vents to cook. Yeah, I kind of considered that too, but that might be a little too deep for them. Because that would be closer to like the bottom of the ocean, so. I think that's part of the reason why like swamp merfolk kind of appeal to me. Because I kind of just imagine them like dragging themselves up onto land and then building a fire. And they can use like wet vegetation to help keep themselves wet too. Not to mention the humidity as well. Like they probably have a better time in high humidity areas. I guess technically merfolk who live near like islands and stuff islands or rivers or whatever, they can probably do something similar. My gator lady likes making fires to keep warm. Yeah. Yeah, that's interesting. Part of me wonders how she would interact with Scylla, but I'm not really sure. I know that obviously they're like in very different worlds, but they're both like loners who live in the swamp, so. Yeah, so it's kind of like thinking about both of them. Okay. Yeah, I need to work on these wings. As you can see, I kind of struggle with doing the line art for like these bigger areas. Because I don't always have the steadiest hand. It's not too bad right now, funnily enough, but yeah, usually I'd be struggling a bit more. Okay, also the ads are coming back in like 2.5 minutes, by the way. Sorry if you heard that. I'll probably refill my water again, honestly, so I won't be gone for too long. Actually, I probably should use the restroom as well. She'd probably like him. She hangs around the swamp witch. They're gal pals and trade stuff, scales for glass, etc. I see. Yeah, I feel like Silo would probably be fine with her, but it would probably take a little while for him to actually get used to socializing, because he's like so isolated that he's just he doesn't really know how to interact with people anymore. Originally he used to be a human, but because of a hereditary curse that he deals with, he eventually got like turned into a merman. And that kind of screwed him over a little bit. And he doesn't remember his past at all, so there's that as well. She's kind of scary and a lot of folks scare her. I see. Yeah, I guess yeah, Silo would probably be scared at first, but they both like to collect trinkets. I assume they both collect trinkets and oh my god. Trinkets and stuff, so you know they probably have similar interest. Oh yeah, humans especially with shotguns, I see. Yeah, I imagine a shotgun would probably spook Scylla. I don't think he's ever really seen a gun though, so they're a little less common in the place he comes from. But yeah. Anyways, I'm just gonna go off or run off for now because the ad breaks will be hitting in like 30 seconds, so around that time. But yeah, I'm just gonna grab more water and just use the little ghost room real quick. But yeah, I'll be back soon. Okay. Alright, I'm back, everyone. Sorry. Got a little bit distracted, but... yeah, just thought I'd wait out the rest of the ads. Take a little mental break. But yeah, I might snatch some of your art pieces to use as reference for shading and color. It's so peak. Thank you. I appreciate that you think that. Yeah, I wish I could explain it a little bit, or explain what I do, but I probably have to like work through the actual process if I want to explain it. Sorry. You know, if I ever get around to making the YouTube video, well, kind of like questioning if I'm going to actually do it though. I do want to do it eventually, but yeah, originally I was going to use that one November themed piece as for the basis of my process explanation video, but it went so badly that it's just like, oh good, not this one. Yeah, I'm probably gonna have to come up with something else. Yeah, usually when I come up with a new piece to draw, it's more like I really like have a hard time kind of predicting what sketches work out, so because sometimes the sketch just looks bad, so I have to like move on to a more spontaneous piece, and that comes out better. Yeah, our art is always so expressive and it's aesthetically pleasing. Thank you. But yeah, I do try to make stuff that's prettier, so a lot of my art inspirations were are related to like Art Nouveau and stuff, or of course Yoshitaka Amano, who I tend to mention quite a few times, some various fantasy artists, but yeah, I struggle to make fully colored pieces, so hence why it's very monochromatic. I see. Yeah, it's fair enough. Admittedly, for a good while, because like after I kind of like jumped back into digital art after a lot of traditional art, I kind of struggled to select specific colors because it was just couldn't really do it that well. So there's a little hack that I try to use, or that I used to use for this stuff. So like sometimes I try to come up with some base colors, and I don't always like work that well together. So a little trick that I used to do is like I would make put like a overall color above them all, and then I like lower the opacity so the colors are a little bit more unified with each other. I guess this still isn't really the best example, but all of them are like slightly purple with each other. Yeah. I also try to work with a gamut, so which is basically just a limited color scheme, so I guess I can try to explain what a gamut is. I actually first heard of gamuts from an art instruction book called Color of Light, a guide for the realist painter by James Gurney. So sorry, you probably could figure that I was actually looking up the physical book, but that's where I first heard of the idea of gamuts from. And I'm just going to take out this example real quick. Copy image. But you'd basically have like 3 specific primary colors. And what you try to do with that is, okay, I'm just going to delete this. I was going to just like make something, but I feel like I couldn't really explain it. But yeah, I can see on these triangles, and there's a traditional paint near here, but you'd come up with like 3 primary colors, and then you'd only select you would only use the colors that are between them. So it's a little harder to do in digital art because you kind of have to make the color wheel yourself, or the your little palette. But in traditional art, you just have like you choose like 3 pigments to use, and that's how you do it. Oh yeah, I never heard of Gamma, but it sounds familiar. I did learn about this. Now I remember. I see. Yeah. I don't know if they taught this directly in the community college, to be honest. At least for me. I think they taught the general concept of it, but we worked with a lot of oils, so... And the thing with oils is that they're slightly transparent, so they tended to... So like that previous example that I did, they would kind of just blend with each other a little bit, but... Yeah, I feel like Gamut probably would have been a little bit more useful back then, though. But yeah. It's been like 5+ years, I see. Yeah, it's been a while for me, too. Yeah, COVID kind of destroyed my, education. But... Yeah, hopefully that helps a little bit. It took me I was kind of struggling for a bit with my own stuff, as I said, when I got back into digital. Because there was just like way too many options with color, so... Yeah, trying to force yourself to be a lot more limited helps a lot, so... Yeah. Okay, I think the line art for Michele is okay right now, so I'm just gonna try to fix up, try to make the changes for Ilario real quick. Give him actual, like, little flamingo feet and not just actual baby feet. It just feels like this is a dumb mistake. This was such a dumb mistake. I'm glad I'm caught it, though. Yeah, I was thinking, like, oh, should I make his feet pink to kind of look like a flamingo? And then it dawned on me that I gave him human feet. Typically, I tend to do monochromatic colors for one color, then I shade with its complementary color. I see. Yeah, it's a pretty nice idea for art. Yeah, personally for me, I have a hard time, like, actually limiting things, so... Because part of me wants to try and make the color, like, similar to how it would actually look in real life, or how I think it would look, so... I especially kind of struggle with that with plants. But I did kind of find solutions, like... Basically, you kind of would try to find like a grayer color, or I try to work with kind of a grayish color, and depending on the color relationships, it can actually come off as like green. So I don't know, not every case of it works, but yeah, color theory is kind of crazy sometimes. But that was kind of the case with that one sunflower piece that I think you might have saw. Because the sunflowers are, or like the leaves to the sunflowers, are actually like a very grayish cyan color, rather than actually being green, so. Because sometimes the color scheme can get a little bit too busy. I didn't realize how many greens and grays. Yeah, learning how to use grays definitely helps with the art, honestly, or like color schemes and stuff. Like learning the power of gray, because part of it is like your brain will like as I said before, with color relationships. Say you have like an art piece that's like mostly purple. If you put gray in, it's going to actually look like it's yellow rather than just rather than being actual gray, because the purple there kind of. Because yeah. Okay, sorry, I feel like there's a better way to explain it, but yeah. Grayscale is so helpful, yeah. But yeah, it does take some time to kind of get used to that concept, so maybe a little bit of like studies or videos / art books on trying to Try to look up that kind of thing, maybe. I don't know. I bought a couple of art books a while back, but that's just to kind of help with that thing, but yeah. I think back in 24 maybe, or 23 even. But yeah, I don't know if you really want to... I think you mentioned that you're trying to save money, so maybe not. I'm thinking of looking into to work with my coloring and shading. I see. Yeah. But yeah, I wish you luck on that. There's definitely a lot of different options and ways to work with this stuff. It just takes a little bit of time to get used to it all. YouTube tutorials do be a lifesaver sometimes, yeah. Yeah, the main issue with YouTube tutorials is just that sometimes it's hard to find the right video. But yeah, admittedly, I thought that for me, art books were kind of helpful. Sorry, I'm trying to remember the YouTube video, or like one YouTube video. It kind of goes over things a little bit quicker because it's it wasn't actually the main focus of the video. The main focus was someone like trying to replicate the art style of a more experienced artist, but they actually like ended up looking at a few art books, and that's actually how I initially found my preferred lighting and shading art book that I like to reference sometimes. So, but yeah, the guy in the video, he goes over everything pretty quickly, but it's kind of interesting to think about. So I'm just trying to recreating art style. I don't know if I'll be able to find this video, but I'm just peeking at YouTube real quick. Okay. Yeah, I think it was in the earlier part of that kind of replicating other people's art styles. But he's not quite as big of a artist, so it might be a little bit harder to find him. What if I wrote T? Ah, great. Sorry. Yeah, I don't know if I can find his stuff. Wait, I found him. TPPO. Okay. Yeah, I'm trying to... Okay. Learning from Rella, fix my boring light. Okay. That's the name of the video. I'll just link his video for you in case you want to save it. But I did find it to be quite helpful, so... Art studies are really good, like... Take an artist you like and pick parts of what you like and try and copy and understand, yeah. Yep. But yeah. Sorry, it took me a little bit of time to figure it out, but... Thank you. You're welcome. Okay. I'm gonna try and finish the line art on Ilario. And, because it just occurred to me during the break that it's already almost 4 hours, so... Yeah, maybe I can try to do like very basic flat colors, and then I'll probably end the stream. Because I am getting kind of hungry, so... Yeah, just try to visit the storage unit, get my little snowman guy. My cute little snowman. Because I currently, like, he's in the storage unit. This is my plans after the stream. I also get, like, dinner for myself, so... Okay. Okay, I probably don't need to trace everything, honestly. Just try to get his teeny tiny wings, so... Okay, maybe not, like, that flat. Okay, just, maybe a little bit of peach fuzz. Yeah, the Signets definitely look a little bit fluffier than the baby flamingos. Like, the flamingos are still fluffy, but Not the same kind of fluff, to be honest. So get this little chicken wing. Yeah, I don't think the other wing is going to be big enough. I'm just resting after my 9-hour shift. I need to work on some arts, maybe work on my swamp folk, I see. Yeah, it sounds, the 9-hour shift sounds pretty rough too. Yeah, I hope you're able to rest up well enough. Yeah. Hey, yeah, the swamp folk sound like a good idea. Get more swamp going on. Keep away those winter blues. By the way, do you live... You don't have to answer this, but do you live in an area that's... Do you live in an area that tends to snow a lot, or not really? I don't know, that just kind of occurred to me. I actually live in a place that's like very, very cold. Oh, recently snowed, so it's very cold, yeah. Yeah, I did the same here, too. Like, there was a snowstorm this weekend. So. Yeah, we got like a lot of snow around here. I don't think we gained too much more, but yeah. I guess thinking about it, I probably do want to like get done a little bit sooner, just because I just remembered that I'm probably gonna have to scrape the car before I go out. It didn't snow that hard, but it probably did form like ice. There's probably ice crystals on my windshield. And just trying to do car stuff in the dark is pretty tough. So it's moderate only during winter months, but the weather fluctuates. I see. Yeah. Yeah, it's been a while since we had a really snowy winter. But I do live in like one of the northern states, so I live in Michigan. So it can like get pretty chill. It can get crazy. Yeah, I remember having to shovel snow constantly and kind of having to rush it because at like my workplace. I'm glad I don't have to do that anymore. Like, I probably still have to shovel a little bit of snow, but it's not as big of an issue. Because I'm not, like, mostly outside anymore. I just have to clear off the area right in front of the bottle room. I used to live in an area where it's like 1 to 2 feet of snow. I see. Yeah, that's definitely a lot. I think that my area used to be like that too, but not for a while. Probably if I lived like further north or something. Or maybe even like west. Maybe even like more towards the west, but I'm not really sure. Plus though, I live, sorry, it's like probably shouldn't be revealing this too much information. But yeah, I think though, I imagine the western part of Michigan would have more snow because it's, you're getting all the winds from getting all the western winds going over the Lake Michigan. But, you know, I'm not really a meteorologist or anything. I don't miss it, I see. I like the look of snow and stuff, I just don't like driving through it. Or shoveling it. I liked it more when I was a kid. Because, you know, they'd cancel school. But yeah. But yeah, as an adult, it's not really it's definitely a lot harder. Yeah, okay, get your little feet. Your little baby feet. Okay. Alright, we're almost there. Yeah. I live on the water, so it's bitterly cold, but I missed venturing onto ice. It's very surreal to see just a vast expanse of white, especially at night to stargaze. I see, yeah, that sounds like pretty cool. Outside of the cold. Yeah, I don't live on the water, but the back area, like, there's a forest behind us, and it used to be, like, actually kind of swampy back there. I remember one year I actually went back there quite a bit to kind of like play in the snow, or not on the snow, but like to play on the little pools of ice that formed. And I liked cracking the ice and like kind of like running around on it, sliding around. One of the coolest sights I saw was a red fox traveling across the ice. I see. Yeah, it'd be pretty cool too. Sorry, I'm just trying to speed up a little bit. Just trying to get everything done. Draw the little baby. I wish I was normally this fast with art. Okay, give him his little eyelashes. Maybe I should learn to draw faster, I don't know. But yeah, it's cool that you saw a fox. I know that at some point we had foxes living near us, on our neighbor's yard. But I haven't really seen any of the foxes myself. You know, I feel like earlier this year I saw like these bird things, or I thought I saw these bird things like pecking around one of the fields that are near us. But I'm not actually sure if that's what I saw. I couldn't really stop the car because someone was actually behind me, so. But yeah, definitely taking mental notes of your art, getting inspiration for my swamp peeps, I see. Yep. Thank you. Now, a small part of me is tempted to do more swamps, but yeah, I'm going to be focusing on the bird people for a while, so I probably won't get around to that. I don't know, maybe one piece that shows Michele's original home. That's not really a swamp though, that's a lake, so. I mean, it's wet, you know, there's like the houses are actually built over the lake, which is rather than just being next to it. Like some of the buildings are actually on the land, but yeah. Even though it's far in the future, definitely attacking you in art fight again. I see. Well, I look forward to it. I'll have to make sure to attack you too, of course. Yeah, hopefully I have enough energy next year. I'm pretty sure I'm just going to be joining it anyways, but yeah, balancing streaming and art fight was a little more of a challenge than I thought it would be. But of course there's also my birthday month, so I don't know, I was trying to do like a lot of special events that time of year too. Yeah, my birthday stream, oh god, I have a affiliate versary too. Yeah, my birthday stream actually like put me over or made me like, I guess qualified to become affiliate, so. And my affiliate versary is actually like a few days after my birthday. Even though it's far in the future, I loved how you drew Jolie still. She looks so cute, thank you. My birthday is literally the day our fight starts, so wow. Yeah, it's a pain. Yep. Yeah, July's going to be chaotic, isn't it? Okay. Okay, I think that might be good enough for little Alario, so. Okay, we just hit 4 hours, so I think I'm just gonna... Okay, part of me feels like I want to have something to properly show for it, so... Okay, let me just try to color Dad real quick. Yeah, try to do it like high speed. I'll probably have to like work on it more later, because I don't really want to... I don't want to like move... Oh god, sorry. I don't want to like move this over to another day. Also, I should let me do this real quick. Okay, actually, okay, yeah, I'll try to do this. It typically is, but I have a lot of fun attacking people. Yeah, it can definitely be fun. It's just as I said before, there's just a lot going on, so I'll probably have to put a lot of energy towards the later part of the month, I think. That'll probably be a little bit easier for me. Okay. So we got the skin. Let's name this layer skin. But yeah, I do hope to work on the other harpy guys, if I'm able to. Okay, let me move this, let me move the original piece closer. Yeah, I think the Rhea guy is going to be in a body type that I'm not actually like used to working in, so hopefully he comes out all right. Since as you can see, I tend to draw a lot of slimmer dudes, so, and he's not, the other guy's not going to be as slim, so. Okay, I think I did like over 50 people that time, mainly just doodles. I see. Yeah, it's still kind of crazy though. I think I was only able to get around the teens, maybe. I don't know. Yeah, I feel like I didn't really get as many people as I originally planned on, but as I said before, a lot more was going on than I thought. I didn't have as much free time as I did in 2024 either, so, or like, I mean 2023, like the first year I did that. Oops. Wait. I accidentally made this a clipping mask. Okay, name this clothes. So yeah. I also had to make sure to get everyone's revenge, or try to get as many revenges as I could, because did end up getting a lot more people than I thought. You know, I think the feet should be in the same layer as the skin. So I'm going to start with the lighter color right now. Okay. And someone just came home, so it's probably my brother. Sorry if you hear the dog. Sorry. Surprised I did that much, but I mainly just did 30-minute drawings on my lunch breaks, and that's it. I see. Still, I feel like that's pretty fast. Usually it takes me a while to get my stuff together when I draw. Part of it I think part of my issue too is sometimes I have a hard time just getting things, it depends on how far or like how much I've been drawing that day actually. Sorry, it's like keep blanking out. Because I did manage to get this most of the sketch done for him like pretty quickly done pretty quickly. Okay. But yeah, a lot of the time I'm kind of just like jumping into the sketching phase, or I try to do some warm-ups, but it doesn't really help as much as I would hope. I draw on my phone. Half the time I feel like an art rat. Oh. Yeah, that sounds like a hard time, honestly. But I also tend to work on a canvas, so... My setup is me, my phone, and a cheap stylus I found. Oh, wow. Yeah, I feel like I'd have a hard time if I worked with that setup, to be honest. So, kudos for you for making it work. Yeah, I'm someone who typically works on a... Yeah, like I have a canvas and I still struggle with the size, honestly. It's not even really that small, but I just have an easier time if I'm working like big, so. Actually, back in art school, I was actually working on some pretty big canvases. So maybe like 24 by 36 might have been, I guess, yeah, I'd work on canvases that are around that size. Sometimes I work on like 24 by 18, I think. I don't remember if that's the exact size, but yeah, I tended to have to work pretty big. Partially it's because of the brushes I worked with. Like they weren't, like a lot of the brushes I had weren't really good for smaller details, so yeah, it caused them. But like that's kind of an issue with a lot of oil painting specific brushes. They tend to be a bit bigger. I think it looks good for what I have to work with. Yeah. I like that I can zoom in and out with my fingers, but typically I found myself drawing out pencil sketches on paper, taking a photo and importing it. Yeah. Yeah, that sounds like a good idea. I used to do that actually. Like when I was younger. Not so much now, but yeah. Yeah, I was in back when I had like a screenless tablet. Okay, sorry, I'm trying to like... Oh god, I can't even see his belt. Actually, I think his belt was red. I don't know, I'm kind of guessing right here. I'm too lazy to pull out the proper reference, but... Probably one of those situations where I just can fix it later. Yeah, I'll probably just fix it later. Because I have to add the details. I'm just doing all of this so I can, like, get the stuff, have something a little more presentable, I guess. Or I feel like it's a little more presentable. Okay. Why did I have to give you so much details, Michele? Why? Okay. Yeah, I'm trying to remember. Yeah, I don't think I ever worked on a phone or a tablet or anything. Actually, I did used to work with like a mouse though, when I was like a lot younger. Because that was just the only option I had at the time. And then there would be periods where I just work with where I just do traditional.
I'm sorry, I won't be here to see it.
Oh god, sorry. You're gonna have to erase the pink right here. Yeah, there's supposed to be a little bit of a hair being revealed, so. But yeah, I have to erase that real quick. Okay. Trying to get a sclera real quick. Yeah, I feel like I like the face here more than more than the original piece. Okay, get his eye, sclera real quick. I mean his face. I don't know if I said face or sclera. Oops. Okay, just remembered I forgot to pick up energy drinks, but I'll see if I grab one before work. I used to draw on my DSi. Oh wow. Actually, I used to do DSi too, but I was only for like flip notes. Back when that, yeah, rest in peace, flip note. Okay. But yeah, I think that's like most of my animation experience actually was just on the DSi. But yeah, those days were fun though. Just making a lot of oops. Yeah, drew a lot of OCs. None of it was very good, but you know, I'd had fun mostly. Okay, we're almost done with Michele right here. Let's try to get these wings done real quick. Okay, pink and this black. Okay, almost there, everyone. Almost there. Oh god, why? Okay, make a new layer. Okay. It always wants to bleed through when I use dark colors like this. It's really annoying. Okay, and I'll just make his ears pink for the check his ears, actually. Should I make it dark, or I'll make the base dark, and I can add the... No, I'll just add the pink now. It's not that hard. So little flamingo ears. Okay, sorry I'm being so quiet right now. I'm just trying to get as far as I can. Okay. Okay. Yeah, we can add the finer details later. So I'm just gonna... Oh my god. Sorry. It's chaos. Chaos, dang it. Okay. So I do Alario real quick. So take his colors. Okay, he's a bit paler than Dad, so... Oh geez, sorry. At least for the time being. Because he's like a... He's mostly just paler because he's a little baby right now, so... He's probably gonna look a lot more like a... Or look more like his parents did once he eventually gets older, so... I mean, he's obviously like white right now rather than pink, so... Kind of how just baby... Because, you know, baby bird rules. Okay, so we got the... Oops. I guess Alario's just going to be all on one layer. We got the flamingo feet. Going to make them actually look a little bit brighter looking. So it just looks more like Fresh Baby or something. I guess Fresh Baby is a little bit of a cursed way to say that. We the baby, yeah. Admittedly, I think he looks a lot cuter in the original, but he's very, very simplified in the original, so... Yeah, I just need to bite the bullet and, like, study children. I'm gonna give him the same, sclera color. So... I'm actually gonna do the face colors on a separate layer just to make my life a little bit easier. Also make his sclera lighter because it's a... So it's not like the exact same color as his skin tone. Okay, do his teeth. Okay, and I'm gonna look at my flamingo reference. Okay. I think baby flamingos have darker eyes. Okay, what am I looking at? Okay. Yeah, they have dark eyes, so... It's crazy how much they change when they get bigger. It's kind of... Like their beaks change shape, their eyes change color, they turn gray and then pink. Of course the pink is from the food, but you know. I'm actually going to make his eyes like a very dark gold color. Because his eyes eventually... Yeah, I imagine when he grows up his eyes will be a light yellow like his dad's, so... Bird metamorphosis, yeah. Okay, that's good enough, I think. So yeah, I can work on that after I deal with my food and other stuff. But yeah, thank you for coming here today, and I hope you enjoyed the stream. I feel like I didn't get as much as I thought I would get done, but I guess I still got a decent amount of stuff done. I managed to finish the Swan stuff too, so... Probably have to put my signature somewhere here, but yeah, I'll probably be posting this one later on. Yeah. Yep. I hope you have a good rest of night then. So I'm gonna look for a raid target now, because we always gotta raid. Okay. Who should I go after today? I was actually thinking, Yeah, I was thinking Voltergeist today because I'm doing a lot of OC art, and I think that's what they tend to do. Thank you again for yapping. Yep, thank you for yapping with me. Okay. But yeah, I'm hoping hope you get the rest that you need. So, anyways, but yeah, so just a reminder for people, I plan on streaming, or I'm hoping that I can do a gaming stream tomorrow night. So hopefully I'm not like exhausted by then. But yeah, if not that, I'll be doing Friday. Thank you, you too. You eat well. Thank you. But yeah, I hope you all have a good night, and thanks for having me. All right, let's raid.
How much? You know, you could have been an iron.